of Flamboro Speedway for the APC Series on GeForce TV. My name's Craig Kellnan, coming to you from just outside of Hamilton, Ontario, where today it's round number 2 of an 8-round championship title bout. The APC Series is here at Flamboro Speedway, but 2 weeks ago, they got things kicked off at Delaware, where it was Brandon Watson that delivered the first round blow against all of his competitors. But they've dusted themselves off, and they're back for a battle here at the Bull Ring at Flamboro. Joining me, as always, will be Adam Ross in the booth, and down trackside, Clinton Jeffrey. Let's check in with both of them.
Well, we're here with the most recent winner on the tour, Brandon Watson. Brandon, good to get your season off to a better start than last year. Some frustrations, but you're always quick. How do you feel here at Flamboro?
It's definitely a different track for us. We've been here a fair amount. We've had some struggles here, but we've also had some good runs. So we're hoping to have another good run here today. Car feels good in practice. Lots of grip off, so we'll try and car turn a little bit better and hopefully have a good qualifying here. I believe we'll be starting no better than 10th as long as we qualify okay. So we'll obviously have a lot of ground to make up. It's definitely going to be tough passing here, but be up on our restarts and try and make some moves then.
Let's talk about car. Anything you're worried about, if you had one concern about tonight, and what's on your mind?
Definitely starting late, like most likely a little bit farther back in the pack. Definitely try and keep a clean car here. It's going to be tough. There's a lot of fast cars. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a struggle getting, like I said, getting on the restarts will be the biggest up for us. We'll hopefully get a few spots in restarts and stuff like that. And just, like I said, stay clean, keep tires on it, and then hopefully make some passes later in the race.
Thanks for your time, Brandon.
Thank you.
We'll watch for him to try and back it up back-to-back to start the season. Will be a great start for this number 9 car, guys.
The APC Series returns to Flamboro Speedway today. Always a bit of a letdown the day after a rainout, but already the fans are filing in on both sides of the racetrack. Great to have them back in the grandstands. Another of the big storylines this season, White Motorsports. Everyone wondered how the cars were going to handle in testing throughout the spring. They seem to be as fast or faster as anybody out there, with Andrew Gressel, J.R. Fitzpatrick, Trayton Lapsevich turning impressive laps. In round number 1 of the APC Series, however, it was Brandon Watson and his McCall Racing chassis taking the victory. Who's it going to be today at Flamboro Speedway? We're going to find out in just a little while.
When we return, we'll ring the bell and the battle begins. It's the APC Series on GeForce TV.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Ribs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they're made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him if he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps to tech liner for your truck bed to bump step to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your ultimate protection today at weathertech.ca.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
Welcome, race fans, to Flamboro Speedway, where right now the APC Series on GeForce TV is going through group qualifying. Late models onto the track. 10 cars have taken time so far. And Adam, good to be back at Flamboro Speedway with the APC Series, and we're right in the thick of qualifying right now.
Yeah, we are. We've had about 10 cars out so far, 23 cars in attendance, and boy, oh boy, some fantastic looking equipment. Right now it's Danny Benedict in the Mobile 1, number 54 with the best lap. 15.273, but the farther we go into these groups, the faster these cars get.
Dale Shaw right now second quick in the 83 machine, 15.318, as this third group now takes to the racetrack. And we'll begin to record time this time around. Andrew Gressel out there in the 81, the 89 C of Sean Chenoweth, the 3 of Shea Gemmel, the 22 of Pete Shepard, and the 4 of Connor James.
So all these cars have bolted on some fresh American race tire rubber. It'll take them a lap or two to get up to speed. We should see an impressive lap here from Andrew Gressel as he pops by our location. Has not popped up through the speed charts just yet. Shea Gemmel up to third. Pete Shepard to second.
And surprisingly, Andrew Gressel back there in the 9th position right now. And Pete Shepard now goes to the top of the charts with a 15.190 lap.
Danny Benedict hanging on to second. Dale Shaw still third. Now Andrew Gressel pops up into the top 5 with the 4th quickest time. Sean Chenoweth into 5th, Connor James into 7th. Andrew Gressel looking to complete his session now.
Into the top 5 for him.
5th quick, so let's reset the top 10. Pete Shepard the 3rd, the number 22 with the fastest lap. Shea Gemmel is 2nd in the 3. The 54 of Danny Benedict is 3rd. 83 of Dale Shaw 4th. 81 Andrew Gressel 5th. Sean Chenoweth in the 89C is 6th. Connor James in the number 4 is 7th. Ty DiVincenzo in the 97D is 8th. 9th is Brandon McFerrin, making his debut here in 2021 in the number 64. And rounding out the top 10, Sean McGlynn in the 1.
Another group of cars ready to come out onto the track over off of corner number 4. And so we take a look at our wall shot here on GeForce TV, the long look down the front straightaway. I want to welcome the live crowd here this afternoon as well, and we invite you to follow us on GeForce for all the replays throughout the afternoon. You might not want to use up all your data sitting in the stands watching the entire show, but if there's a controversial replay or something you want to see, then you can go to GeForceTV.net. It's right there on YouTube and also on Facebook here tonight.
So the group now on the racetrack, Jordan Sims in the number 47 from Sault Ste. Marie. The 32 is Trayton Lapsevich out of Grimsby. The 17, that's Josh Stoddy from Chesley. J.R. Fitzpatrick in the 84 at a nearby Cambridge, Ontario. As we said, every group, these cars get a little quicker. Of course, the group's set by practice speeds early in the day.
Keep an eye on Trayton Lapsevich. Had that great solid run at Delaware in the first round. Of course, won the Grisdale Triple Crown race here back in June. So he's got a number of laps already here at the Speedway in 2021.
Greg, from our vantage point, we have the great opportunity to watch these cars try to hook the seam. I was watching earlier J.R. Fitzpatrick right around the bottom of the track. Trayton Lapsevich, the same thing, just able to hug that seam along the inside and turn some wicked fast laps.
Pete Shepard still quickest, but as these laps wind up here for these drivers, we'll see if they can march their way into the top 5.
Jordan Sims into the top 10. Now Trayton Lapsevich up to P7. Josh Stoddy up to 7th. J.R. Fitzpatrick up to 8th. And And now we watch Sims up to 7th. It's funny, it's like climbing a ladder. Trayton Lapsovich, P2.
15.237 seconds around. Now J.R. Fitzpatrick jumps to the second spot, 15.217. Jordan Sims up to 4th fast. In between them is Trayton Lapsovich. And there goes J.R. Fitzpatrick to the top of the board. 15.118 seconds for J.R. Fitzpatrick.
Trayton Lapsovich 4th is all he could muster with a 15.209. Jordan Sims with a 15.204 is 3rd. J.R. Fitzpatrick a little slower on that final lap, but Fitzpatrick quick enough to have the fastest time, a 15.118.
Pete Shepard follows him. Jordan Sims 3rd quick. Trayton Lapsovich 4th. Josh Stoddy 5th. As the final group of cars head out onto the racetrack. And there we see the winner of round number 1, Brandon Watson. In the Sheer Metal Products car number 9. The 52 of Jake Sheridan out of Mount Bridges. Flying Ryan Kimball in the 29. The SMG Motorsports ride. And the defending champion of the series, Joe Lawrence, in the Pennzoil number 78.
As we said, 23 cars here in attendance this afternoon, and man, oh man, they were tight in practice. Everyone bolting on fresh rubber kind of at different times, so people practicing on different strategies basically, Greg, because these cars are much different when the rubber is fresh than they are 90 laps into a 100 laps race.
Green flag is out for this final group, and Brandon Watson will bring it up to speed into corner 1 for his first time down there through 1 and 2. 1/3 of a mile. Bull ring here in Flamboro, just outside of Hamilton, Ontario, for those watching at home.
Really, this racetrack is as close to an urban center as almost any track we're going to go to, just up the hill from Hamilton, Ontario. You know, 50 minutes outside of Toronto if you could get there by car these days, but it's easy to get out of the city.
So winding into these later laps here in this group, we'll see if any of the drivers begin to hop up the board. Brandon Watson 8th quick now.
I'm impressed by Ryan Kimball, although he just pushed real bad there in 3 and 4. But to see him in this group of the top 4, Flamboro Speedway is not an easy track to get around.
Jake Sheridan finds himself 2nd quick now. Brandon Watson hops up to 4th.
See if Ryan Kimball can recover from that bad corner there in 3 and 4. He's up to the 7th spot, so pretty solid as the checkered flag flies. Brandon Watson only good enough for the 4th spot. Jake Sheridan hangs on to 2nd. Ryan Kimball going to close things out 7th. And Joe Lawrence up to 9th. And Greg, the reason that's important, once we get one race into the APC season, they will take the top 10 qualifiers and line them up based on their point standings. But the first in points will always start at the back of the top 10. So Brandon Watson, based on his win at Delaware Speedway, knew he could start no better than 10th here this afternoon. So even though he timed in 4th, he's going to roll off 10th and we go backwards from there. So anybody in this top 10, for example, Shea Gemmel, we know that he's 18th in points, qualified in the top 10. He's probably going to be up near the front. Jake Sheridan as well, I believe, had some problems at Delaware Speedway in that run. He'll have a good starting spot for this afternoon's 100-lap event.
And the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella here at Flamboro Speedway. Top 10 from qualifying. J.R. Fitzpatrick was quickest. For Jake Sheridan, Pete Shepard finds himself 3rd. Brandon Watson 4th. Jordan Sims 5th. Trayton Lapsovich 6th quick. Ryan Kimball 7th. Josh Stoddy in 8th. 9th Joe Lawrence. And 10th is where we find Shea Gemmel. So that's the top 10 in APC qualifying here at Flamboro Speedway. Also on the card this afternoon, we've got the quick fire starter CanAm Midgets mini stocks also with us here as well. My name is Greg Kellman, along with me Adam Ross. Down trackside this afternoon will be Clinton Jeffrey as always, getting us all the stories. Beautiful afternoon here, and glad that you could join us for those that are here in attendance and those watching at home on GeForce TV.
It is a great day for racing. We look at the breeze. It's coming right at those fans in the grandstands if you look at the flags in the middle of the track. But if you look at the flags on the grandstands, how can the wind be blowing a different direction at the back of the grandstands than it is above the light tower? But I'm no meteorologist, Greg.
Mini Stocks onto the racetrack for their first feature of the afternoon. 2 20-lap features on the card.
Boy, have mini stocks come a long way since their inception many years ago. These are some racy cars out here, some beautiful fabrication on them. On the pole in that number 33 out of Cambridge, the Klotz Auto Repair. Marlin Travel 33 is Mike Gilmore. Starting second from Dundas, the Napa Auto Parts Waterdown Safety First Rescue Unit 81 is Carl Salt.
Going from the third position from Orangeville, Ontario, the Wheeler Construction Just Foam at 18 of Cole Quinton. And going from the fourth spot out of Dundas in car number 32, the Royal Vet Grooming Machine of Jillian Hills.
Fifth place starter comes out of Hamilton, the Double A Discount Auto. Number 17 is Dylan Sharp, and alongside him from Hamilton in the number 8, I know Jimmy Lowenberg is on this race car. It's fabrication business, so I'm assuming he built the car, but it's Dale Millard behind the wheel.
Starting in the 7th spot from St. George, the 59 is Tyler Lewis, and his outside in the 77 from Guelph, the Epic Racewear Retail Design Group 77 is Mike Hooper.
The 24 machine from Alcona, the Innisville Garage Door 24 is Jeff LaFlamme. Right behind him is the 14 from Guelph, that's Brian Wilson in the 14.
Going from spot number 11 this afternoon, Puss Lynch in the Norm's Fast Lube Speedy Auto Works. Car number 10, that's Will Gibbons. And his outside in car number 76 out of Burlington, the GM Electric BW Haggard Crane Rentals 76 is Sean Taylor.
Number 7 comes out of Hamilton, Matt Young behind the wheel of the 7, and out of Brantford comes the 05, Dave Goodacre behind the wheel of the 05.
And out there in car number 16 from Hamilton, the Kubota Olivier Electric. Car number 16 is Fabio Oliveri.
And that is a dirt mini stock, the 16, Greg. And ask me how I know.
Gee, I wonder.
The only car in the field with no windshield and has a rock screen instead of a windshield does the 16 of Oliveri. I'm glad to see him come out here, though. You know, his main sponsor is just down the road from here. The Kubota dealership nearby.
Field bunching up behind the Bennett's pace truck. Bennett's GMC pace truck, 20 laps of distance in feature race number 1 for the mini stocks. And I believe this time, yes, they'll see the white flag and we'll get to it one more time around.
Once again, fans, welcome to Flamboro Speedway. Welcome back if it's your first time visiting in a long time. Great to see people in the seats. It's always a bit of a bummer when you have a rain date and you get put off to the next day, but it is a great afternoon. You made the right decision, leaving your houses, coming up here to enjoy some racing, and we're about to get underway.
Mike Gilmore ready to bring them to the green flag with Carl Salt alongside. First green flag of the afternoon is in the air, and wow, wild start on this one.
A little bit of bumpy down the front straightaway. Gilmore and Salt getting into it. Cole Quinton loops it around in turn number 1. Gilmore and Salt made some contact as well. I believe those were 2 unrelated incidents, Greg.
And Mike Hooper took a pretty hard lick into the corner 2 wall, and that car coasting down the backstretch will be under the caution flag.
Well, and folks, for those of you in the grandstands, this is where we think you can really enjoy GeForce TV while being at the races. Grab your smartphone, go to GeForceTV.net, and when things happen like this on the track, pop up the video. You're going to see all sorts of replays from the incident. We've got cameras. We've got speed shots on the front stretch, the back stretch, camera operators on the outside of turn 1, on the outside of the front stretch, on the infield. We have got you covered all over the racetrack as we have a look at Cole Quinton's Spira-sponsored number 18. Doesn't look to be any damage on that race car as he gets pointed in the right direction.
So we're going to have a look at the replay, and 3 cars wide into corner number 1. Gilmore Made some contact with Carl Salt, but they made it through no problem.
And Cole Quinton being a rookie in the division, I bring this up a fair bit, but back in the day, we used to get magazines in the mail, Greg, and they were on different topics. But if you're a fan of Circle Track Magazine or Stock Car Racing Magazine, I remember Rusty Wallace being interviewed, and he talks about what got him through the early stages of his career, and it was spinning out. He says if things start to go wild on the racetrack, remember you got a whole infield. Just hit the gas, point it to the infield, and sometimes that's your best option. Cole Quinton going into one there, he saw that things were getting squirrely outside of him, and a veteran might do things a little bit differently. But for the sake of saving your race car, Quinton jerked the car to the left, didn't want to make a wreck, and I think that might have been a wise choice. Nobody hit him, so he doesn't have quite as nice a starting position now as he did before, but he's still got the car under him, and no harm, no foul.
And a good fast car like we saw here in June when Cole finished in the top 3 here on the Triple Crown night at Flamboro Speedway. I believe it was June 19th where he finished on the podium, so sure we'll get to watch number 18 work his way through the field once again here as the field will take shape once again. Mike Gilmore with the body damage on the right front, but overall car looks clean and ready to go. Carl Salt will line up on his outside another time with Jillian Hills now. She'll start in behind the 33 of Gilmore.
Mad respect for Jillian Hills in that station wagon. This is not the first station wagon that has raced at Flamboro Speedway. For those of you who've been coming here for a long time, back in the 90s, there was a Pro 4 station wagon. He used to tow down from Grand Island every weekend. Number 77, it was blue. You think I can remember his name? But he was lightning quick. It's kind of like setting the bar, Greg. When you show up with a station wagon, the bar is set fairly low. When you come out and spank the field, it has to make people a little upset.
Jillian will have a shot here starting from the 3rd position, 20 laps. The distance, as it looks as though there might be some debris up there in corner 3 that'll keep us under the caution flag. Once again, we have the mini stocks on hand this afternoon, along with the Quick Fire Starter CanAm Midgets, and of course the APC Series running their 2nd race of 2021 in the Interstate Batteries 100, presented by Shell Rotella.
The Thompsons are here this afternoon, which means we get some great looks from our drone. The G-Force TV drone, high overhead. I was watching Dirt Vision yesterday, Greg. I was watching the Kings Royal from Eldora, and they did a great feature on the fellow that operates their drone. And he's got a set of like 6 drones, and they all serve a different purpose. He's got one that'll do more than 100 miles an hour, but it can't fly for more than a minute.
We've got one, and it's a great shot. Glad to have it here this afternoon, and another wild start up front. Carl Salt will pull away. And the 17 machine of Dylan Sharp now pulls into the 2nd spot.
Man, we've got some heavy hitters in this field. Jillian Hills up to 3rd, Dale Millard right behind her, and I believe that's Jeff LaFlamme in the 24 who's just worked his way into the top 5 as well.
Yeah, having a nice run there, keeping pace with Dale Millard, and then it's some action behind them. Will Gibbons, who won back here in June, right now running in that 6th spot side by side with the 59 of Tyler Lewis. Now he'll pull ahead and take that 6th spot.
Matt Young working to the inside of Gilmore, a little deeper in the field. Right behind them side by side is Mike Hooper in the 77, Cole Quinton in the 18.
Salt leading this one. A surprise to see him holding on up front, always good no matter where he races, dirt, asphalt, whatever car it is. Carl Salt can get it done, but the field by no means falling away from him. In fact, it's right now Dylan Sharp, the one putting the pressure on the leader.
A lot of pressure on Carl Salt. He's running a veteran line right around the middle of this racetrack, not wanting to give anything up the inside of the racetrack. But Greg, what I find, drivers that do that over the course of the race, you burn up the right front tire and you lose grip going into the turn. But Carl Salt, he's won a lot of races. He knows what he's doing.
He'll come across the stripe to lead lap number 4 of this 20-lap affair as the top 5 nose to tail. Well, make that 6 now as Gibbons is side by side with LaFlamme as they work down the back stretch.
Waiting for Jillian Hills to streak to the outside of this battle, but she keeps tucking in line. She'll come off the corner. This time she'll come up towards the wall. Dylan Sharp, is he up far enough to mount that challenge to the inside? Salt slams the door into turn 1.
Hills got all sorts of out of shape there in corner number 2, gathers it back up, but she'll lose some distance on the top 2. Now Gibbons works to the outside of her along with Dale Millard.
How about Brian Wilson and Sean Taylor? They've gotten through some traffic. They're closing in as well. Fantastic racing in this mini stock division here in the early stages. Dylan Sharp going to have a look to the outside.
Here he goes into corner number 3 on the outside of Carl Salt. They'll go door to door into corner number 3. Salt will get the good launch, but here comes Sharp again into corner number 1. Salt looked as though he was trying to push him out towards the wall, makes the corners wide for Sharp, but now he'll get a good run into 3.
If you're Carl Salt, you want to make sure you don't drive below the seam in the racetrack. That's where you lose banking, so you're going to lose a lot of side grip. So yeah, he definitely did run Dylan up a little bit higher than he had been running. But now with Dylan out in front, Will Gibbons looks to be about the fastest on the racetrack. Jeff LaFlamme pretty sporty as well behind him. Can they close in and make a move as we are halfway through this one? 10 laps down, 10 laps to go.
Gibbons looked low on Carl Salt in corner number 1. And once again, Gibbons, the winner here in June. He'll make the run on Carl Salt into corner number 3. He's got a good line, and well, I thought he was going to pull away. It looks like now he might be able to clear off a 4.
Same thing, Gibbons ran right down onto the flat, so you can't run the corner quite as quickly. Once he cleared Salt, he gets back up on the banking. Jeff LaFlamme looking to do the same thing, and boy, oh boy, that is close quarters racing down the backstretch.
Leader catching lap traffic, and Fabio Oliveri. And Will Gibbons in the 2nd spot. Then you've got LaFlamme to 3rd as he gets by Carl Salt. Jillian Hills is back there in the 5th position.
Sean Taylor making a move on Brian Wilson further back in the top 10. Looks like he's going to clear him out of turn number 4. Tyler Lewis in the 59 tried to get close enough that he could follow him through, but Brian Wilson will get back down in line and defend that position.
We see Jillian Hills in the 32 and Carl Salt in the 81.
Wow, Will Gibbons just turned his fastest lap of the race, and it was 3/10 quicker than our race leader, Dylan Sharp.
Off of corner number 4, it's 5 laps left to go for Dylan Sharp over Will Gibbons, who's knocking on the door. He's caught the leader now. LaFlamme back there in the 3rd position. Salt holding on to 4th. Millard's putting the pressure on now for position number 5 as they go down the backstretch.
Off of turn number 4, we have got a battle for the lead. There's about 3 car lengths. Well, 2 car lengths if you go Dylan Sharp car lengths, but 3 car lengths if you go Will Gibbons car lengths. That thing looks like a micro machine.
But it is super fast, that car number 10.
Oh, trouble off of turn number 2.
Sean Taylor around.
Doug Leonard, the race director, saying, sorry about your luck, Sean. Spun down out of harm's way. No reason to go yellow. We remain under green.
Here come the leaders off of corner 4. It'll be 2 laps left to go. Lap traffic right there. Matt Young in the 7.
I don't know what that car is Matt Young drives, but it is something. White flag this time. One more trip around Flamboro Speedway.
Sharp, your leader. He'll take the white flag. Gibbons has to make a move now. Can he get a good run off that 2nd corner to try and make the charge in 3? He's right there at the back bumper.
He's got one opportunity. He's got to make his choice. He swings to the outside into the corner, then he'll try to duck underneath. Dylan Sharp coming off, but Sharp has enough. Sharp for the win. Will Gibbons comes home in the 2nd spot. Jeff LaFlamme 3rd. Carl Salt 4th. Rounding out the top 5 is Jillian Hills in the 32.
Dale Millard will finish in the 6th spot. 7th will be Brian Wilson. 8th, Tyler Lewis. 9th, Cole Quinton. 10th, Sean Taylor. 11th, Mike Gilmore. 12th, Matt Young. 13th, Mike Hooper. 14th, Fabio Olivieri. And 15th goes to Dave Goodacre as There's our winner, Dylan Sharp, heading down to the quick victory lane, and our Clinton Jeffrey will meet up with him down there. As he gets unbuckled from the car, top 3 down there in victory lane. We'll get a chance to talk with them. Let's send it down to Clinton Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot, Greg. Dylan Sharp gets out here of the 17 car. Hasn't raced much. Come on around, Dylan. We'll get you here to take your stuff off, and we'll get a quick word with you. Take your helmet off, Dylan. Don't worry about that. We'll fix that up for you. Take off your helmet so we can talk to you here, buddy. Now, Dylan, you haven't been in this car for a while. We'll talk about that for a while. This car has sat for a little bit. Let's talk about how you got back out here. Most recently, the past couple weeks, finally got back out here, and we'll watch Dylan as he gets his helmet off here, and we'll get set to go. Well, Dylan, tell the fans how long it's been since you've been in this car. It's a beautiful ride, but you've had it parked for a while.
Yeah, it was October, like early October 2019. Met the turn 4 wall real good and hung it up. Almost got it ready, and then COVID happened and kind of took us a year off, which was nice. And then looked like we were going to have a race season, so it was a bit of a mad dash to get it done. Big thanks to Mike Westwood for getting the wrinkles out, and the Montanari's for getting it straight again, and all my partners. Like, I'm just super stoked that we finally got in victory lane, and it's the second night out with the car. So
all kinds of stuff you've done, everything from drift cars, and you drive a lot of these exotics, constantly buying and selling cars. How does this mini stock relate to some of your street rides?
Not really, not at all, but that's why I like it. I love the camaraderie around all the different competitors, and I think it's really special that we can have so many different makes and models that are all really going about the same speed from 20 different garages and 20 different budgets. So that's really cool. I like that, and that's what I think what makes mini stock.
Congratulations, Dylan Sharp gets it done. Adam and Greg will throw it to you. We'll get set up with second and third. We'll be right back at you.
Thank you.
That's a pretty quality interview there, Greg, with Dylan Sharp. Well spoken. Drove a heck of a race. That was good fun.
I was going to say, drove a good race. When you can hold off this next guy, you've done something well. Let's send it back down to Clinton Jeffrey with second place, Will Gibbons.
Well, last time we were here, you dominated the race, but Dylan's back in the game, and he made it tough for you, but you had some late race charges there. Talk about your drive today.
I think if we would have had one more lap, likely would have had it. So cars would have been switched around in the order they're sitting in right now.
How's the track out there for these guys as we get going here on a hot day? Is it sticky? Is it slippery? What are these guys going to have to deal with the rest of the afternoon?
The track's pretty warm right now, so it has a big toll of what it does on the car, right? So if it cools down a little bit, we'll have to kind of go to the drawing board a bit more.
There's Will Gibbs. We'll get Jeff Laflamme over. Jeff, come over here. Jeff, solid run for you here today. Can you be satisfied with third on a hot Sunday day here at Flamboro?
We had more, obviously, for these two. They're quick. Definitely got some adjustments to do to get the push out of the car, and hopefully we'll be able to contend with them in the next feature.
All right, there you have it. These guys are going to go back and get ready. We'll be right back here from trackside. Adam and Greg, take us home.
All right, so the quick fire starter CanAm Midgets will be up next with their qualifying heats here this afternoon, 10 laps per heat. And then following that, we'll have the APC Series last chance race, which I believe will be off the card tonight, will it? Or will they still have a...
No, I don't think they'll have a last chance race with 23 cars in the facility. They shouldn't need one. So let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with CanAm TQ Midgets.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps to tech liner for your truck bed to bump step to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Foam keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your ultimate protection today at WeatherTech.ca.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they're made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Chicken Wings. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
Back live at Flamboro Speedway for the APC Late Model Series on G4's TV. Also joining us here this afternoon, the Quick Fire Starter CanAm Midgets and the Klotz Auto Repair Mini Stocks. We've got the Midgets on the track right now, Adam. Super fast race cars, 2 qualifying heats. Going to be an exciting afternoon of racing for them as well. And this is their second race of 2021.
I started to answer you, and then I realized, hey, my mic's not on. And then I still didn't say anything, so it didn't really help that I turned it on. So, yeah, with 16 cars, they run qualifying heats, Greg, and this track is suited for TQ CanAm Midgets. They're 56th a year. That's a long time to be around. Craig Pitchell on the pole out of London in that number 6 machine outside of row number 1. The race monitor disagrees with what's on the racetrack. That never happens. But I'm no quitter. I'm going to have another look as they come by and try to tell you who it is on the outside of row number 1. It's the 83, Brody Rickwood out of St. Thomas on the outside of row 1.
David Miller will start in the 3rd spot. He's from St. Clements. To the outside, Dominique Smith in the 49 from Brantford.
Corey Whittam drives the 55 machine alongside of him. It says Adam Racine on the race monitor, but again, I don't think Adam Racine is here this afternoon.
Green flag is out. We'll catch the remainder of the field here. Well, it is the number 13.
Oh, maybe that is Adam Racine.
It is Adam Racine here this afternoon.
Showed up a little bit late.
Corey Whittam in the 55. We also have Paul Jorgensen in the 68 and Mike Coleman in the 44.
Paul Jorgensen's driven a lot of different kind of race cars. He's run Canadian Vintage Modifieds. He's run NASCAR type Modifieds. Modified sportsman cars. He says, Adam, I'm so happy. He says, I turned 50. I had to go racing again. So he got himself a TQ CanAm Midget, and here he is, living in St. Catharines these days, formerly from Milton, Ontario.
Adam Racine right now putting pressure on Dominique Smith in the 49 as they work it off the corner to complete lap number 3. 7 to go here in this first qualifying heat.
Dominique Smith, a great racer. Of course, her brother Lucas Smith runs a dirt sprint car. She runs these TQ Midgets. She's just been overtaken for that top spot by Adam Racine.
Racine leads on lap number 4. Here's the Quick Fire Starter CanAm Midget. Smith in the 2nd spot. And then Rickwood back there in position number 3.
Yeah, Brody Rickwood hanging on to 3rd. Still a couple of car lengths behind Dominique. Corey Whittam in the 55 again, a couple of car lengths back, and then David Miller. As we say that, though, Rickwood closes in a little bit on Dominique, looking to make a move out of turn number 4 on the inside. Can't make it work. He'll fall in line.
4 laps left to go. With Racine pulling away from Smith, here comes the battle for 2nd. Oh, got a little twitchy there in corner number 2 for Rickwood in the 83. Putting the pressure on hard, though, now in 3 and 4.
We're going to see that all day long out of turn number 2, especially with these midgets. Cars you try to turn under the car in front of you, you run out of banking. There's already a spot in turn 2 where the car just gets a little bit light, but there's a real art here at Flamboro to making that pass on the inside, and you have to time that little dip just perfectly.
2 laps left to go for Racine. Rickwood again tries on Smith. Gets a good run that time through corner number 2.
Up alongside, Smith still drives it deeper down into 3 and 4, then slides up the racetrack just a little bit. One more lap, Adam Racine with nearly half a straightaway lead.
Smith holding down 2nd, and right now Corey Whittam now has caught this battle for the 2nd spot as Rickwood dives down low in corner 3. Off the corner comes Racine to take the win in heat race number 1.
Dominique going to finish second. Rick Wood third. Corey Whittam fourth. Rounding out the top five is David Miller. And then it was a tight drag race to the line where Craig Mitchell just edged out Paul Jorgensen by 1/100th of a second.
So Adam Racine will pick up the heat race win. 2 heats in total here this afternoon for the Quick Fire Starter CanAm Midgets.
Got to say hello to people watching from all over the place. We got people from British Columbia, people from Texas. Rob Howden and Alicia Hodap watching from Cambridge. And normally I thank people from everywhere, but Rob and Alicia, you should have gotten your car and come to the racetrack. What the heck's wrong with you? They actually messaged and say, hey, we were going to come last night, but Sunday's a couch day. For those of you who don't know, Rob Howden and Alicia both work in the motorsports industry covering road racing action all over North America. So on a rare weekend off, they spend it at home watching G-Force TV like a responsible adult does, Greg.
Too bad we weren't responsible adults.
No.
So Racine getting the checkered flag down in victory lane for his Heat Race 1 win. Second heat still to come, and then as we mentioned before, the last chance race will not be necessary for the APC series, so it looks like we'll be right back into the mini stocks with their second feature event, 20 laps. And then the CanAm Midgets feature event, which will set the stage for tonight's Interstate Batteries 100, presented by Shell Rotella for the APC Series round number 2 of the 2021 season. So we see our second heat of CanAm Midgets on the racetrack.
I'm going to do better this time, Greg. I'm watching them as they come by on the pole for this one in the number 26. Out of Penetanguishene, that's Luke Munsey in the 26. Alongside him from Kitchener, it'll be the 29 of Paul Harrison.
Row number 2 on the inside will be Daniel Hahn from Hillsdale. And his outside car number 2, Darren McLennan from Dundas.
Row number 3 on the inside looks to be the 81 out of London. That's Cassidy March in the 81. And alongside her from Newmarket is Jeff Blackburn.
And then at the tail of the field in the 46 machine from Palmerston, Ontario, that'll be Bob Bailey.
Is there really a Palmerston, Ontario?
Well, my original list said Palmerston, and then on the official CanAm Midgets roster said, I don't know either, so. I'm not from this end of the province.
One letter can make such a difference, right? Sometimes I introduce you as Greg Callan. He's kind of a pick, but I like him. I'm here all night, folks. Try the veal.
Uh-oh, Gary's coming. We're in trouble.
Oh, we're waiting for one more. One more midget's going to be pushed up over the banking in turn number 4. And he got it to fire.
David Mathers from London. Did I say that right?
I think so.
Okay.
Dave Mathers from London, Gary. There's Dave Mathers, who owned Motion Ford, and then Paul Mathers, his son. Different Mathers altogether?
See, I even messed that up. I said Mathers.
Well, you may be right. I just happen to know this Mathers family.
To Mathers to Mathers?
Exactly.
Ready to go to the green flag off of corner number 4. Nope, I believe. Is that Dale Shuttleman atop the flag stand today?
No, I think it's Cameron Thompson.
Oh, is it Cameron?
I believe. I was just looking at that drone shot. What an amazing view. Yeah, Cameron Thompson. Now, Gary, does Cameron flag for Flamboro every Saturday? No.
Yeah, guys, it is Cameron up there.
Hey, who's that? Who did I just hear?
That'd be me.
Clinton Jeffrey, good to have you. I forgot you were here.
I just interviewed somebody. What are you talking about?
Oh, I put my headphones down and I went for a drink.
That's what I do all night when you're talking, buddy. That's why you don't hear me. Great to have the CanAm Midgets. I mean, first time we've ever seen them live here on G-Force, so we're happy to have them out. What a great show they're going to put on. Here we go, boys.
Heat race number 2 will take the green flag and they'll rumble down into corner number 1. Muncie on the bottom. He'll give up the lead and he'll get swarmed there off the backstretch.
Almost clipped the back end of Paul Harrison down into the corner. Harrison did a nice job. Roll that thing down in the turn. He's going to lead lap number 1.
Hahn doing battle with McLennan side by side for that second spot on the winner up at Flamboro Speedway a week ago.
Darren McLennan has been racing a long time. His whole life, basically. That is a racing family from down in London. Although Darren married into the Van Weingarten family, so now he's transplanted to the Dundas area.
It's Harrison out in front, holding on to the lead over Hahn. Working that third spot now is Jeff Blackburn as he's gotten by the two of McLennan. Trying to track down the top two as Hahn makes the move on the inside of Harrison.
These two cars look so equally matched down the straightaway. Hahn's probably getting off the turn just a little bit better than Harrison there. He's going to sneak by for the lead. Harrison will try to defend that second spot from Jeff Blackburn in the 7th.
Fantastic looking field of cars here this afternoon for the Quick CanAm Midgets. Cross flags go in the air. 5 laps in, 5 to go. Heat race number 2. Hahn leads over Harrison. Blackburn now trying to get by that 29.
Yeah, Blackburn all over the back end of Harrison again. Harrison seems to handle real well down the straightaway. If anything, just coming off the corner, he's a little bit light, but as I say that, he closes in on the leader, Hahn.
Gets sideways and collects the 3 cars behind him. You don't see that every day.
No, around they all go. I don't know if any one of them sustained enough damage that they wouldn't be able to carry on. It almost looked as though the leader had an issue. Hahn had pulled away, and then all of a sudden Harrison was close enough to make a move.
See if we get another look at this one.
So down the front stretch, like Harrison closes in from a long way back. Oh yeah. I didn't realize Hahn started that. Getting real sideways down into the corner, and Harrison had to kind of drop the anchor, made some contact with the right front that sent him around. Did you realize that was the leader?
Yes.
It got sideways?
I think I mentioned it.
Is it because you can see?
Yeah, you can't see corner 3, and I can't see the front stretch. So, I mean, we could if we moved.
Who does that?
Yeah, technically the leader is the cause of the caution, but he kept on going. He never did stop. He got all sorts of sideways, and everyone checked up behind him.
And it looks like everyone is getting their spots back except for Paul Harrison.
We're going to have another look at it from the drone.
Yeah, the closing rate was from that was pretty incredible.
So Blackburn did get into the side of Harrison when he spun, but Darren McLennan made no contact, a simple spin for him. But like you say, Harrison does go to the tail on this restart.
Some days you're the windshield, some days you're the bug.
So 4 laps remain here in the second and final qualifying heat for the Quick Firestarter CanAm Midgets. Getting the running order straightened out here.
Now there looks to be a problem with the 81 at Cassidy Marsh. Coming to a stop here in turn number 1.
keep us under the caution flag as CanAm Midget officials will come out and give the 81 a push. See if it can either refire or send that car to the pit area.
Looks like Cassidy going to take that 81 machine straight to the pits.
Still under the caution flag, and now we're going to see an official out on the track to adjust this running order. Okay. I think Bob Bailey moved up.
Hey guys, the official there is Terry Watts, a long-time Ontario racing guy around here. Helps us out at the Big O running the push-off tracks. One of the directors here with the Quick CanAm Midgets. And keeping this show running pretty good. Terry's the marshal in charge here tonight, guys.
Oh, and he's been involved with this series for a long, long time. Terry Watts, Kim Banyard, Al Banyard.
Yeah, we talked, we showed off, and I'm sure we'll see it later on in the night, but you know, these cars, if you're wondering what they are, they're 750 cubic inch, cc, 750 cc Suzuki motorcycle engines. They're right around 60 inches of wheelbase, and if you think about a street stock, guys, that's about 108, 110. So they're almost half the wheelbase of a full-size late model street stock. 750 Suzuki motors in them, and man, they really get ripping around here.
Well, and they run on slick tires, so they've got a lot of rubber, a lot of downforce. You know, the wing on top helps with that. Lots of engine in them and not a lot of weight. It's the perfect recipe.
So now they do have the running order set, and all three cars that were involved in that spin are at the back, and they all are in the order they were going into that caution. So Harrison, then Blackburn, then McLennan, the last three there as they line up.
Waiting for the green out of turn number 4. Green is out, we're back underway.
Hahn will lead down into 1 and 2, and clean and green through the corner with the rest of the field in tow.
Paul Harrison with a problem on that 29. I think something amiss in the geometry of the front end of that race car.
He very quickly dropped back, and now Jeff Blackburn has worked his way up into that second spot. Luke Muncie right now running in the third spot.
2 laps to go. Hahn out in front over Jeff Blackburn in the 7. Let's see if Blackburn can close in, because remember, as laps went on, Hahn's car seemed to fall off actually a little bit just before that yellow. Doesn't seem to be falling off in the least right now.
One more time around for Hahn with Blackburn, and now McLennan into the third spot as he gets by Muncie. Muncie back to 4th. Checkers out, heat race win. Number 2 will go to Daniel Hahn. Jeff Blackburn in the second spot. Then it's Darren McLennan, Luke Muncie, Bob Bailey, and then Paul Harrison, Cassidy March, and Dave Mathers. Wind out the running order here in the second qualifying heat for the CanAm Midgets. Again, sponsored by Quick Fire Starters and presented by Miller Mobile Offices. There's Daniel Hahn, the winner at Flamboro Speedway in round number 1.
And of course, Hahn Motorsport sponsors the heat races, and sponsoring the feature tonight is Flamboro Machine Shop, not far down the road here. Basically a stone's throw from here.
Great looking race cars in this division throughout the field. There we see Daniel, the checkered flag.
Some amazing fabrication work for sure, Greg. Looking forward to the feature race. 16 cars all on the track at the same time. Up next should be feature race number 2, I believe, for the mini stocks, the Klotz Automotive. mini stocks here at Flamboro Speedway. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with the next feature event here at Flamboro Speedway.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave sausages and street dogs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
Welcome back live, Flamboro Speedway for the APC Late Model Series on GeForce TV. Feature race number 2 for the Klotz Auto Repair mini stocks as they are out on the track getting ready to go. Mike Gilmore will line up on the pole. He's from Cambridge in the Klotz Auto Repair Marlin Travel number 33, alongside in the 76 from Burlington, the GM Electric VW Haggard Crane Reynolds 76, Sean Taylor.
Starting in third in the number 18 out of Orangeville, sponsored by Weeder Construction, just foam it, it's Cole Quinton. Starting in the fourth spot from St. George, it's Tyler Lewis, and the all-white number 59.
Starting in fifth out of Guelph in car number 14, it's Brian Wilson. And going from position number 6 out of Dundas in the 32 station wagon, the Royal Vet Grooming Machine of Jillian Hills.
Back to row number 4 we go on the inside of the fourth row from Dundas, the Napa Auto Parts Waterdown Safety First Rescue Unit number 81, it's Carl Salt. And alongside him in the 24 out of Alcona, the Innisfil Garage Door number 24 is Jeff LaFlamme.
Starting back in 9th, finished second in the first feature in the Norm's Fast Lube Speedy Auto Works. Car number 10, it's Will Gibbons to the outside, our feature winner earlier on here this afternoon. From Hamilton in the AA Discount Auto, number 17, Dylan Sharp.
Next in line behind the wheel of the number 77 from Guelph, the Epic Racewear Retail Design Group 77 is Mike Hooper. Alongside him out of Hamilton in the all-black number 7, it's Matt Young.
And going from the 13th and final starting position from Hamilton, the Kubota Olivieri Electric. Car number 16 is Fabio Olivieri. 20 laps, second feature of the night. The Klotz Auto Repair mini stocks here at Flamboro.
Green flag flies, they charge down into turn number 1. Mike Gilmore with a much better start this time than he had in feature race number 1. He edges out in front of Sean Taylor. Cole Quinton in that white number 18 looking to the inside of Taylor, and that's a battle for the second spot.
Off the corner they come, the pack. Side by side all the way back through to about the 10th, 11th spot. Gilmore has the early advantage. Taylor in tow. Quinton right there in that third spot. Remember, he had problems in that first feature event, looking for some redemption, running up there in the top 3.
Sean Taylor looks to be getting it wound up there in the outside groove. Mike Gilmore sticking to the bottom of the racetrack, leaving plenty of room up high. That's the hard way to get it done. It's a long way around, but Sean Taylor seems to get a better run through 1 and 2 than he does through 3 and 4. He seems to lose what he gained in 1 and 2 when they get down to the other end. But what a crossover move by Taylor.
Good job by Cole Quinton to hold on to that number 18 there. in the third spot as he had Brian Wilson all over his back bumper. As we see leader Taylor over Gilmore, and then it's that battle for the third position. They still remain door to door there. Cole Quinton on the bottom, Brian Wilson on the outside.
Behind them, they're 2 wide. They've been 3 wide at times. Everyone looking for racing room. Jillian Hills in that black number 32 station wagon working her way up. She's to the inside of Brian Wilson. Now they'll go 3 wide with Cole Quinton in the middle.
Off the corner comes leader Sean Taylor. Oh, we got Will Gibbons going up towards the wall. Carl Salt down in the infield. And we are under the caution flag, and I missed what happened there, Adam.
Carl Salt was involved. Will Gibbons was involved. I thought they had sorted themselves out, but then Will Gibbons' car just shot straight up towards the outside wall. Either as though the steering wheel spun out of his hands, or... And you could see him shaking the car back and forth. It was bizarre, almost as though even the steering wheel had come off the steering column. He's going to take that 10 machine to the pits. I'm sure we'll have another look at it because it was right in the pack. So we watch him down into the corner. Contact between Salt and the Flam, and then Gibbons got clipped in the right rear. Okay. So we're calling these races from way down in turn number 1. So things that happen in 3 and 4, sometimes perspective gets a little bit skewed, Greg.
Yeah, he got clipped in the right rear, which turned the car to the right and up the banking up towards the corner 4 wall. As we're going to have another look from the drone here. Again, if you're in attendance here tonight, you can go to YouTube, type in GeForce TV, and you'll find our live feed here tonight and catch these replays. We'll wait and see if Will make it back out. Maybe just take him to the pit area, make sure nothing is broken on that car. And yeah, he's going to come back out along with Carl Salt.
And Will Gibbons, you might as well jump into the pits, have a quick look. You want to make sure. The biggest thing is that there's no bodywork rubbing on the fenders. There's not a lot of clearance on that 10 machine between the tires and the fenders. So a little bit of a rub, you cut down a tire and really do some damage to your car.
He's got some free air conditioning now on that door panel. It's all crinkled up on the passenger side door, and you can see right into the roll cage.
Could give him an aero push, Greg. I'm concerned for Will for the rest of this race. Pace truck from Bennett Chevrolet pulls off the inside of the racetrack. We're going to set him loose once again. Mike Gilmore up on the outside in the 33. Sean Taylor in the 76 from the pole.
Taylor with a good restart will take them down into corner number 1, and Jillian Hills problems on that restart as she gets passed by 2 or 3 cars now.
Yeah, she got overtaken inside and outside. Mike Gilmore settles into second. Cole Quinton up to third. Brian Wilson taking advantage of a great start. He's up in the 4th spot, but he's got Dylan Sharp to his outside.
It's Taylor, Gilmore, Quinton right now the top 3, and here comes Sharp the outside of Wilson. Will take over the 4th spot, set his sights on the top 3. Wilson running right now in that 5th position. Lewis 6th, Hills holding on to the 7th spot.
Carl Salt and Will Gibbons trying to work their way back up through the field. They just split Mike Hooper down the front straightaway. One to the inside, one to the outside, but they've got a little bit of ground to make up to close in on that lead pack.
Taylor crosses the stripe, this time by on a complete lap number 8. 12 laps remaining here in the second feature for the Klotz Auto Repair Mini Stock Division. Sharp to the 2nd spot, Quinton holding on to 3rd. Wilson will follow in his tire tracks and get by Mike Gilmore, as will Lewis.
Gilmore got a little out of shape out of turn 2. He did a nice job not to collect anybody, trying to gather that up. But here goes Jillian Hills to the inside down into turn number 1. She's trying to make up for a terrible restart.
Taylor now will try to hold off Dylan Sharp at the cross flags. 10 laps left to do it. Sharp won that first feature, and he's closing quick on the 76 of Sean Taylor. He's having a good solid run, though, compared to the first feature where he fell off very quickly.
Will Gibbons just got involved again, this time with the 33 of Mike Gilmore. Gilmore got turned around there in turn number 4, and Gibbons had nowhere to go, so he lost a little bit of ground once again in that 10 machine. But up front, we've got a battle for the lead.
Taylor with a handful now as Sharp is right there on the back bumper. You can really see him wheeling that car, trying to do the best he can to take away the line. And now one around is Mike Gilmore in corner 2.
Gilmore was battling on the inside, I believe, of Matt Young in that black number 7. They just came together in the middle of the turn, and the back end of Gilmore came spinning around.
So that puts us under the caution with 8 laps left to go here for the Klotz Auto Repair mini stocks. Sean Taylor leading over Dylan Sharp. Cole Quinton right now 3rd, Brian Wilson 4th, and Jillian Hills running in the 5th spot. Tyler Lewis 6th. Will Gibbons has made his way up to 7th. Carl Salt 8th. Mike Hooper scored his 9th. And Matt Young 10th.
Fabio Oliveri hanging in there in that number 16 machine. Didn't see David Goodacre make it out for the second feature event. He was having some struggles out there with the handling, or not with the handling, sorry, with the carburetor on that race car earlier on.
And also the 8 of Dale Millard did not make the start in this feature.
You know, I mentioned earlier on, mini stocks have come such a long way from what they were when the class came out to what they are now. They're somewhere between what we used to call a mini stock and a Pro 4, basically. There's some sporty looking chassis out there and some good looking fabrication work. A lot of different looks out here for these different cars. This Mike Gilmore going to make a hard right turn, go through a portion of the go-kart track, rejoin the tail end of the field. We should be ready to get going in this one once again fairly quickly.
In fact, the white flag displayed at the flag stand right now, so we'll get back to the green flag next time around. Field will take shape behind the Bennett's GMC Pace truck.
Just got a note from Mark Millard that Dale Millard blew the engine in that 8 machine, so you hate hearing stuff like that. But they're pushing the limits of these cars. I mean, they're making some good lap times out of 4-cylinder, air quote, stock cars.
Green flag back in the air. Taylor gets a good restart over Dylan Sharp. Cole Quinton, Brian Wilson door to door behind them.
A couple of great competitors out in front. Sean Taylor in that 76. He's been a front runner in this mini stock class for a number of years here at Flamboro. Cole Quinton hanging on to 3rd as Taylor, the tail end getting a little happy in that 76 car, running real loose out there as Dylan Sharp has a look to the inside.
Give credit to Sharp because he's had a couple of opportunities where he could have taken it if he wanted it, but he's trying to race a clean run here. We'll see what happens in the closing laps when it gets down to pay time.
Man, he gets through 1 and 2 so very well in that 17 machine. Gets a nose to the inside of Taylor. Now side by side, they race through 3 and 4 down the front straightaway.
Wow, Taylor wheeled it off of corner number 4, and they remain door to door through 1 and 2. Here comes Sharp on the bottom, Taylor on the outside, but Sharp's got a good run now into 3.
Taylor still keeping him honest, making Sharp run right down to the bottom of the racetrack, but I think Dylan Sharp is going to clear Taylor's 76 now, and still in the 3rd spot, having a great run is Cole Quinton in the 18, trying to fend off Jillian Hills in the 32, Will Gibbons in the 10, here goes Hills to the inside.
This time out will be 4 laps left to go for Sharp as we see that battle between Hills, Quinton, and Gibbons, who's trying to work his way back up through the field. It's up to the 5th spot right now. Hills will get to the inside of Quinton, and for the moment, take 3rd away.
Gibbons trying to draft with the Hills car, stay right up on her back bumper to not miss an opportunity as she clears the 18 of Quinton. Now Gibbons going to have a look to the inside of Hills in the 32.
This time by, it should be 2 laps left to go for Dylan Sharp. Yes, it is. Taylor in 2nd. Gibbons now trying to get back into the podium at least. as he works to the inside of Hills for that third spot.
Door to door down the back straightaway they go. Gibbons had a better turn, but Jillian Hills really powers off from the outside, loses a bit of ground going into 3, and now we've got one around. That's Cole Quinton in turn number 4. What a shame, loses that top 5 spot. Being a great sport, lets the car roll down the track out of harm's way.
And caution flag will come out, but like you said, sportsman move there by Cole Quinton. Could have easily just sat there and got the short caution, but tried to roll it into the infield and at least tried to keep the show rolling, but nonetheless the caution flag comes out for Cole Quinton in the 18.
So Gary was just motioning something to us. What was that, Gary? Is there a call being made? Oh, Brian Wilson in the 14 going to the tail of the field. And they must change the rules here at Flamboro, because it used to be if the white flag came out and then a problem happened, they go checkered. But looks like they're gearing up for a restart. Yeah, a little bit of contact there from Brian Wilson in the 14 on the 18 of Cole Quinton. And they'll both head to the back of the field.
I'm just glad you knew what Gary was motioning. I thought he was telling us he had hemorrhoids.
You just don't know. I like the old school, take it to the back. That's what Terry Watts was doing earlier. You point to your rump. Great camera work. We got that from our turn 1 camera. Ryan up here in turn 1. Young Jackson down trackside with Clinton Jeffrey today. Greg Boydell up on the front stretch. So 19 laps are complete, so I believe this should be green and white together. They do a full green-white checker. It's good having a statistician up here beside us, Greg.
Makes us sound smarter. Smoke off the leader's car that time through the corner, as Will Gibbons has got a shot at this one. Who would have thought it?
Will Gibbons has a shot. So does Sean Taylor in the 76. They'll take the white flag. An amazing 3-car battle for the win.
Sharp into one the final time. Taylor all sorts of sideways off the second corner, and he holds on to it, but that impedes Will Gibbons from getting a run.
He tossed that car into the corner, did Sean Taylor. Great save, but Dylan Sharp going to take the win for the second time today. Sean Taylor second, Will Gibbons, Jillian Hills, and then it will be the 59 rounding out the top 5, and that is Tyler Lewis in the 59.
Carl Salt will cross the line in 6th, Mike Gilmore 7th, Brian Wilson 8th, Mike Hooper 9th, Cole Quinton 10th, Matt Young comes home 11th, Fabio Olivieri is 12th, and Jeff Laflamme will be 13th. So 2 wins this afternoon for Dylan Sharp, and he had to work pretty hard this afternoon to get it done as well. And he'll go down to quick victory lane in just a moment to talk with our Clinton Jeffrey along with Sean Taylor and Will Gibbons, who had a nice comeback there from his problems earlier on in the race. And there we see the AA Discount Auto 17 headed to victory lane in those familiar old Darrell Waltrip colors. Even has the chrome numbers.
It is a nicely redone Darrell Waltrip from the old, even on APC net, I think we can say Western Auto, can't we? I don't think they're direct competitors here. Dylan Sharp makes his way out of the race car. Clinton Jeffrey is down there on the scene. We'll wait for Dylan to get his gear off, and he'll talk to our own Clinton Jeffrey.
Thanks, guys. Pretty solid day for this 17 A&A Discount Auto Parts machine, and Dylan Sharp getting back behind the wheel after a couple seasons away. As he heard after the first round of victory lane, got into a wreck here in turn 4, and that got the best of him. Dylan, what a drive here. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. You're perfect on the day. You got to be super happy.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. Just all the hard work, just super last minute, it all paid off. We started with a good car, just the time in the garage, just making sure everything was right, and it paid off. Luckily, I had Reno here for some positive encouragement, so that was really nice, and I guess he's my good luck charm now. Sorry, Reno.
Great job. Where are you going to be? Are you going to be running all season here, Dylan?
I'm going to try my best. I got a lot of travel planned and stuff, just not racing, just personal, but I don't know. It's looking good for a season, so let's see how it goes.
It's easy to come back when you're winning.
You got that right.
Dylan gets it done, guys. How about a hand for Dylan Sharp, ladies and gentlemen? Adam and Greg, take it away for a second. We'll get right back here with second and third.
You can't get much better than that. A great afternoon for Dylan Sharp, and he celebrates down in Quick victory lane as Clinton Jeffrey tracks down Sean Taylor and Will Gibbons. Second and third place here this afternoon for the Klotz Auto Repair Mini Stock Division. Let's go back down to Clinton Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot, Greg. Sean Taylor here. Sean, last time we were here, I ran into you at Claps and Corners and said, hey, thanks for being here. We didn't have the finish we wanted, but we put on the show anyways because you were exciting there. Talk about your exciting finish there. You nearly lost it and gave it all away coming out of turn 2, dirt tracking it, but they gave you a bit of room. You gathered it up. Can you be satisfied with second after the luck you've had here so far this year?
Yeah, it's definitely been up and down luck so far. We were just out to lunch in the first one. This car does not like the heat. So knowing both races were in the daytime wasn't too exciting, but yeah, with the invert we were able to get a good start, and I knew all these Hondas were going to be coming. Dylan got to be really quick, and we got by me there. I figured, yeah, I'd just settle in a second, but then we got that restart, and was able to work some shifting magic on the restart and kind of hang with him for half a lap. But his car was so much better. Same with Will. A few more laps, Will would have got me, but yeah, definitely. Still have work to do, but I got to thank all the fans. I won last week, and I forgot to thank the fans. Thank you, fans, for being here. It's awesome.
There you have it, Sean Taylor. We'll jump here with Will Gibbons. Will, jump over here for me, Will. Will, let's talk about your drive. What happened there, man? It looked like the guys speculated. Did the wheel come off? What happened to your car in 4?
We just got drove into a few times, and nothing you can do about it, right? You can try to avoid it as much as you can, but racing stuff happens.
Anytime you can be talking to us after the race is a pretty good day.
That's right. It is.
Will Gibbons will finish second. Dylan Sharp will grab the win. Sean Taylor finished third. We'll be right back after this short break, live here on G-Force TV.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Ribs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
Back live at Flamboro Speedway for the APC Late Model Series on G-Force TV. Greg Kellman along with Adam Ross in the booth. Down trackside, Clinton Jeffrey as we get ready for the Quick Fire Starter CanAm Midgets. They will be up with their feature event next. And then still to come tonight, we have the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella. Round number 2 of 8 for the APC Series. Fantastic afternoon of weather and racing here at Flamboro, Adam. We've seen a couple of great features so far and really excited for what's yet to come.
It should be a fun show. I was blown away watching practice, even again in qualifying. There is such little difference in speed between the front of the pack and the middle of the pack. With the APC late models, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch, but this one's going to be a good one as well. I love the CanAm Midgets. Flamboro Machine Shop presenting tonight's feature event for the Midgets, and this their 56th season of competition. Here is how they're going to roll off here this afternoon, folks. On the pole out of St. Thomas in the number 83, it is Brody Rickwood. On the outside of row number 1 and the 11 from St. Clements, it's David Miller.
Starting in the 3rd position, the winner last week at Flamboro Speedway out of Hillsdale, the 42 is Daniel Hahn. To the outside is Dominique Smith in the 49 from Brantford.
Next row on the inside comes from Dundas. The number 2 machine is Darren McLennan. Alongside him in the 26 from Penetanguishene, Luke Munsey behind the wheel of the 26.
Starting in the 7th position, that'll be Corey Whittam out of Waterford in the 55. And alongside, we'll find the 7 machine of Jeff Blackburn. Jeff's from Newmarket, Ontario.
He won a heat race earlier on this afternoon. Driving the number 13, it's Adam Racine in the 13 machine. Alongside him in the number 6 from London is Craig Pitchell in the 6.
Going off 11th, had troubles in the qualifying heat there. Paul Harrison from Kitchener in the 29. Alongside, going in the 12th spot in car number 68, that'll be Paul Jorgensen out of St. Catharines.
And driving the number 81, he comes out of London, Ontario, Cassidy March. Behind the wheel of the 81 and the 46 from Palmerston, it's Bob Bailey in that bright yellow number 46.
And going from the 15th and final starting position from Cambridge, the 44 will be Mike Coleman.
But wait, Greg, there's more.
There's more. Act now.
And you get the number 59 from London, David Bidlake behind the wheel of the 59. Man, I can remember watching the Midgets over the course of years, and this was something that they did that you didn't see much of. Race fans, get up on your feet, grab your hat, grab your program, grab whatever's nearby, give these TQ Midget drivers a wave. They're going to be waving back, all except for David Bitlake in that 59 machine, who has come to rest on the front stretch and undone his belt. It looks like whatever the problem is in that 59 might just be terminal.
Wave lap, wave these drivers on. They're 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. The Quick Wick fire starter CanAm Midgets here at Flamboro Speedway. What a fantastic looking field of cars. These teams have put a lot of work into getting these cars looking not just racy, but I mean, there isn't a car in here that you couldn't count for best appearing. Great job by everyone in this club. And unfortunately, the 59 is not going to be able to get a push. They'll have to hook up from the rear end.
What a bummer.
Literally.
I suppose. Not the greatest of days for David Bidlake. Boy, there's a lot of racing experience leaning on that railing down to our right. We got Ross May, Dave Didero. Can't tell who's on the other side of Ross May. Jimmy Sweers is down there. Some veteran short track racing types. Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene.
Yeah, guys, problems over here is the suspension. And you can see it is dragging on the ground here, so that's the problem. And we'll work to get it cleared.
Man, oh man, it doesn't take much of a problem to get it to drag on the ground. The cars are almost dragging the ground to begin with.
If you look right, it's actually dragging right on the ground, and it looks like the rear end has gone a little bit askew. Right in here, all this is let go, causing some grief there. Radius rods, and they'll get it off though.
Yep, they'll give that car a lift. David Bidlake will be taken back to the pit area, having not quite made it to the green flag.
Next Saturday night, we will be back at Brighton Speedway, where we tried a couple of weeks ago on G-Force TV to bring you the Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series, plus the late models, Canadian Modifieds, Thunder Stocks, and the Mini Stock Comp 4 division. So we'll head back down the 401 to the northern shores of Lake Ontario to Brighton Speedway next Saturday night. G-Force TV, 7 o'clock start time for some dirt track action. 2 weeks' time, we will be up at the beach for round number 3 for for the APC Series. Flamboro Speedway, always fun to go there as well, and we'll be there live on G-Force with all the action of Race 3 of the 2021 season for the APC Series.
I think that weekend we're actually at Humberstone Speedway the Friday night, Flamboro Speedway the Saturday night.
I didn't know if Friday was 100%, but... And you get to be without me that night, Adam.
Nothing in life is 100%. So this is not the green flag, folks, something that the midgets do. I've never fully understood why classes do this, but I guess something that they started and never stopped. So the idea is they build some heat into the tires. But you know what else builds heat into racing tires, Greg?
Racing?
Yeah. Clint, do you have an explanation?
I got Terry Watts. Terry, what are we doing here? For the fans at home, what's the reason for firing these cars up?
Harder tire, we're trying to get a little bit of heat in the tires. We're all white, okay. We got to get a little heat in the tires because we'll get all the junk off from the 4 wide. That's all we're doing.
All right, there you have from T-Watts, guys. Just trying to get a little heat in these hard tires.
You know what? The explanation that getting the junk off from the 4 wide, I buy that. Like I said, the heat in the tires, you're going to get that racing. But on the 4 wide, and we used to do it in the hobby cars, and the cars on the outside hated it because you'd pick up all the crap on the outside of the track. So I'll buy that. Not that they needed my permission or wanted it.
You're so needy, Adam. Ready to go with the green flag with the quick fire starter. CanAm Midgets, greens in the air. Oh, everybody keeps it straight through corner 1. And the caution flag comes out.
Yeah,
that start.
That was a ragged start by Brody Rickwood. Well, it was a great start by Brody Rickwood if you're Brody Rickwood. But the pole position got off a little bit quicker, I think, than the race control wanted. David Miller in that number 11, he's got more laps here at Flamboro Speedway than anybody in this field, but most of his laps are on the go-kart track through the infield.
So we're going to have a watch here on the replay of this original start. And yeah, Rickwood got that great jump.
I mean, side by side is the goal. Someone's always going to get an advantage, but now here we see David Miller keeping up on the outside, and it's a much more even start as they make their way down the front stretch into turn number 1.
Yeah, they pile in there with Rickwood leading Hahn right in tow, and they'll shake out basically the same way they did on that first start with Hahn in the second spot. And look at that pack behind the top 2.
Darren McLennan drove down on the flat trying to take over that third spot, lost a bit of momentum. Dominique Smith up on the outside in that white number 49.
Yeah, she's been very strong all afternoon. Now looks slow on that 11 of Miller in corner number 3. Side by side, they work off the 4th corner.
Wow, she couldn't clear it. Slid up behind David Miller. And a slide job by Dominique Smith down in turns 1 and 2.
That was a work of art right there in corner number 2. There wasn't but maybe an inch between them, and here they come back down another time into corner number 1 with the top 2 breaking away, but it's Smith and then Whittam in that second spot. Racine now up to 5th.
Brody Rickwood hanging on to that lead over Daniel Hahn in the 42. And they've got quite a bit of distance over Dominique Smith right now, but there's a lot of racing left to go as Corey Whittam in the 55 looking for racing room to get around Dominique Smith. Adam Racine right behind them with a 3-car battle for 3rd.
Rickwood, Hahn, 1 and 2, then it's Smith, Whittam, Racine, and then you've got that 2 of McLennan and Jeff Blackburn back there in 6th and 7th as the battle right now for 3rd place continues to wage. Whittam right behind Smith keeps taking a look, and Racine almost looks as though he's just kind of waiting to see what happens there between those two, and then he'll make his move.
Corey Whittam with a good run through 1 and 2, but Dominique Smith smooth enough on the throttle to win the race down into turn number 3. She gets off a 4, a little better than Whittam. Adam Racine took a look to the outside, then ran out of racetrack. Wow, Whittam just carved that car.
What a race for the third position right now. Smith, Whittam, Racine. Whittam looks to the inside. Racine now starting to get a little antsy, and when you can see the leaders up ahead of you and they're beginning to pull away and you know you're a bit quicker than the car in front of you, it gets to be go time.
And the longer you go under green flag conditions, the less likely a yellow flag becomes, Greg. So you always think, hey, we're going to get a yellow at some point, but once you go 5, 6, 10 laps, you think, all right, maybe we're not.
Leader Rick Wood will cross the stripe right now, and that will put us with 15 laps left to go. Hahn in second, and Racine all over that back bar of the 49 of Smith, trying to get a bite down on the bottom.
Timed his move a little bit improperly there in 1 and 2. Got down on the flat and just ran out of momentum. Picks it all back up in 3 and 4. Let's see what Racine can do this time in 1 and 2. Stays a little bit higher on the racetrack. Gets that drive off the corner.
Yeah, did a very nice job there in that second corner. Now we'll shoot by for the third spot, so put Smith back to fourth. Whittam hanging on there in that fifth position. And you've got Blackburn just outside the top 5 catching these three.
It'll be fun to see if Blackburn can close that gap out in front.
Cross flags are in the air for leader Rick Wood, who's got close call down in corner 2, and now one around up in corner number 3 is Bob Bailey, as our leader nearly had some issues in corner 2 at the same time.
Bob Bailey getting that big epic racewear logo, some screen time down there in the corner. And we can see the official motioning, hey, do you need a push? Greg, isn't it nice to see the fans all lined up at the fence? A great crowd for a Sunday afternoon in the grandstand. So glad you guys could be here, you guys and gals.
Much nicer day than what we would have had to deal with yesterday. It did clear later in the afternoon, but it was wet all around, so it was a no-brainer to go to this afternoon, but the forecast was nice, and we're very thankful for all the fans here in attendance here this afternoon, and of course those watching at home live on GeForce TV.
We're halfway through this event, 13 laps down, 12 laps to go. It's Brody Rickwood, your race leader in the 83, the 42 of Daniel Hahn second. Adam Racine in the 13 is third, fourth is Dominique Smith in the 49, and fifth is Corey Whittam in the 55. 6th through 10th, the 7 is Jeff Blackburn, the 2 is Darren McLennan, the 11 David Miller, 29 Paul Harrison, and 26 Luke Munsey. Great to see Paul Harrison got things fixed up from his heat race. Suffered some damage in that qualifying heat.
Back to the green flag with 12 laps left to go. Rickwood and Hahn race down into corner number 1. Racine makes a bold move to get back by Smith, and now looks low on Rickwood.
Yeah, Rickwood drove way down to the bottom of the racetrack. That left Hahn a lot of room on the high side in the 42. He swept around to take the lead.
This was the caution that number 13 car needed. Adam Racine is all over Rickwood right now, trying to take second away as he sees the 42 of Daniel Hahn out in front.
You can see the line Adam Racine's running down there in 3 and 4, now to 1 and 2. He kind of shadows Rickwood in 1 and 2, but in 3 and 4, he took a higher arc going into the turn, backs off just a little bit. He'll try to fire down underneath the second place car, but he can't muster the momentum.
10 laps left to go for leader Daniel Hahn. Rickwood holding on to second over Racine. And it's Smith right now in fourth. Fifth is now Jeff Blackburn, who's worked his way into the top 5, getting by Corey Whittam.
Have a look at the Adam Racine number 13 and 1 and 2. That car is hooking up so hard he's almost lifting both left side wheels in the corner. Right there at the exit, you can see it just lighten up. The left front does come off the ground a little bit. Left rear just barely hanging on.
Top 3 breaking away from the rest of the pack, and Daniel Hahn right now trying to extend his advantage over Rickwood in that 83 machine. Racine in third, and here comes Blackburn now putting pressure on fourth. Smith.
Blackburn got a great run through 1 and 2, not enough to make that move, so he backs off going into 3 and 4, gets another run off the 4th turn, a little bit of contact with Dominique Smith just before the start-finish line.
6 laps to go this time around for Daniel Hahn as they'll come up on the lap car of Bob Bailey.
Bailey staying down to the inside, well out of the way of the race leaders. Hahn gets up around. And now Rick Wood as they head down the back straightaway.
Hahn continues to lead, this time by it's 5 laps left to go. Hahn, Rickwood, and Racine, top 3. I'm surprised with Racine. I really thought he was going to make a bigger charge on the top 2, but now he's kind of holding his own in 3rd and can't get those top 2.
No, but it does look like Rickwood's starting to close back in on that Hahn number 42 machine. Last lap times, well, Hahn was a little bit quicker the last time, but it's only hundredths of a second. But one bobble by Hahn and Rickwood is right there.
3 laps left to go now for Daniel Hahn, and Rickwood slides it through the corner, trying to catch the leader. Racine solidly in the 3rd spot, then it's Smith, Blackburn, and Whittam right now running 4th through 6th.
Great battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th with Dominique Smith holding down that 4th position. 2 laps to go. Jeff Blackburn's tried just about everything he can to make a move.
Field will work around. I believe that's the Coleman 44 to the white flag. Daniel Hahn across the stripe. Rickwood in 2nd, Racine in 3rd, but the caution flag will come out as Harrison is around to the exit of corner number 2. Not over yet.
Greg, I thought we had this discussion. That's the corner you can see.
Well, I did see the yellow flag waving out this window, so.
And the wheels are cranked hard to the right. I'm curious if the left front is also cranked just as hard. Yeah, Paul Harrison's, is he waving off the push or is he asking for a push? Because I thought the front wheels were going different directions, but now that he's pointed straight, he seems to be waving it off. I think he might be able to fire it up and just drive away.
You are correct.
Harrison had been in the top 10. He was running in the 9th spot, having a solid drive.
So Daniel Hahn leads over Brody Rickwood. Adam Racine in 3rd, Dominique Smith 4th, and Jeff Blackburn running in the 5th spot. Corey Whittam 6th, Darren McLennan 7th, 8th David Miller, and 9th was where we found Paul Harrison before that. So Luke Muncy will move up to the 9th spot. 10th will be Paul Jorgensen, 11th Craig Pitchell, 13th Mike Coleman, and then the lap down cars after that.
So Mike Coleman looks to be dropping back behind Paul Harrison. I believe that's by choice. We're just about ready to set them loose once again.
Green, white checker to settle it here for the quick fire starter. CanAm Midgets. Wow, diving down with Brody Rickwood.
You know, it was almost the same mistake he made when he started on the pole. He drove right down to the flat. Like, okay, now what? White flag gonna fly. If he's gonna make that move, he's got to drive it down in there and finish it, just like Dominique Smith did earlier.
Oh, good corner for Rickwood. Stays right there with Hahn. Final chance down in 3 and 4.
Surprising to the outside. Come on. Hahn working his way through 3 and 4. He'll come off the corner. Checkered flag in the air for Hahn. Rickwood 2nd. 3rd to Adam Racine. 4th is a close one. Jeff Blackburn edged Dominique Smith by a few 100ths of a second.
Darren McLennan will cross the line in 6th. Corey Whittam 7th. 8th will go to David Miller. 9th, Luke Muncy. 10th, Paul Jorgensen. 11th, Craig Pitchell. 12th, Paul Harrison. 13th, Mike Coleman. 14th, Bob Bailey. And Cassidy March rounding out the 15-car field as the top 3 will head down to Quick Victory Lane and talk with our Clinton Jeffrey here in just a moment. As Daniel Hahn pulls that beautiful number 42 down there on the checkered pad. And we'll talk to the top 3 as they get Daniel the Epic Racewear checkered flag. And he'll get the steering wheel off and climb out and talk to our Clinton Jeffrey. We've seen some great racing here this afternoon, Clinton. I don't know about you, but I enjoyed the CanAm Midgets. My first time to see them in person as well.
Yeah, it's been a while since I got to see them here live. What a great class it's been for many, many years here in Ontario. Daniel Hahn will work his way out here, and he's looking for the checkered flag, and they'll make sure he gets it. It's been 2 weeks in a row now for Daniel Hahn. Grabbed his first feature win last week and picks it up here again today. So we'll get Daniel down here, and we'll talk to him in just a moment. Great run for the Hahn crew as they get it done in back-to-back weeks. Daniel, we'll talk about your run here. It's always great when you can grab a win, but when you can kick off your season with a handful, that's a pretty good start to it. You got to be feeling really good about how this team's running for you right now.
I'm battling brake issues, intermediate rear brakes, but that's not a big deal. But yeah, we've been working on this car hard in our program, and that car's part of our program too. You see a bunch of HMCW stickers on all these cars, so we're making a lot of headway, and I couldn't be happier of getting her. We didn't even have time to fix the toe after half spun out there. So great job by my team. I'm really happy. I'd like to thank the series sponsors, Quick Wick and Miller Office Trailers, HMCW, Knits by Brits, Hahn Motorsports Racing, DJD Graphics, just everybody, CanAm Midget Organization, period. I'm having a great time here, so thank you everyone for coming out.
All right, we'll throw it back to Adam Gregg. We'll be right back at you with second and third.
There was a lot to watch in that feature, Adam.
Yeah, that surprised me when you said you've never seen them live before. Like, they're such a mainstay in the history of racing in this part of Ontario. Always a solid following for this club. Good show.
Well, guys, we got Brody Wickwood here. You were on it there. You threw it in a couple of times at the end, but just couldn't quite get where you needed to be. Talk about your drive today.
Yeah, so after that first restart, I just didn't have it for the 42. He was hauling all night, and I could hear him right behind me. So, I got to give you a huge... I can't thank you guys enough for showing up on a Sunday. This is awesome, so I love seeing people out here.
Great job. We'll get over here with Adam Racine, too. Adam, solid drive for you. Your car looked fast all day, but just one or two spots a little shy this afternoon.
Yeah, I know Paul and everyone, I got to thank them for letting me race their car. It's not mine anymore, and they worked hard on it all night. It didn't start off. We were sputtering all night, and we got it figured out for the heat race, and then the features got a little tight, but it's good to see the club's in good shape. I'm kind of like an old dog in this series now. I got a lot of young faces and coming up, and Brody and Dan are going to be the new face of the club, I think. So congrats to them, and thanks to all the fans. It's good to be back out here. It's kind of sad. It's the only race I'll be doing this year. Kind of miss it now, but no, it's great to see. Thanks, everyone.
Made the most of it. We'll throw to a quick break here on G-Force TV. We'll be right back live here at Flamboro Speedway.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps to tech liner for your truck bed to bump step to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your ultimate protection today at weathertech.ca.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
Back live on G-Force TV here from Flamboro Speedway for the APC Late Model Series on G-Force TV. Our mini stock features and CanAm Midget features have concluded, and it's time to get things lined up and ready to go for the Interstate Batteries 100, presented by Shell Rotella. Race number 2, Brandon Watson won at Delaware Speedway a couple of weeks ago, Adam, in a race that in some terms, I'd say he dominated. At others, he didn't so much. It was an interesting race, but at the end of it, no one really had anything in the closing laps for Brandon.
No, they really didn't, and that surprised me because Trayton Lapsevich had been all the talk of the town with how fast he had been in that 32 machine. So I think it's similar here this afternoon. The big thing is going to be the inversion of the top 10 in points. And Greg, we should mention the scheduled command to fire engines is 6:30. It is 5:45 right now, so we'll talk to officials and see if they want to move that forward or if they want to stick with that schedule. We see the Bennett Chevrolet Pace truck getting set up down here towards turn number 1. We see Sean Gibbs, the flagman for the APC Series, along with Robin Youngin, one of their pit officials, walking down the front stretch. So I believe they're going to stage the field right now, and then we'll have to get Clinton Jeffrey to touch base with Alex Nagy and find out what the time frame is for the start of this race, because it is going to be a great one. But folks, I strongly urge you, head on down, get yourself an ice cold beverage. Actually, as I say that, they've turned us off the PA, haven't they? And we're talking to the good folks at home. So earlier on today, we've dropped some names that you might be familiar with, but not exactly familiar with the APC Series. One of those names is Alex Nagy. Clinton Jeffrey had a chance to catch up with him early today.
Well, I caught up with Alex Nagy. Alex, recently brought in here to help the APC Series tighten things up. I mean, it's been a great series, but, maybe tell us a bit about what your role is and how you feel you're fitting in here after their second race getting started.
Yeah, when we canceled our season at Jacasa, of course, Ramsey's on the phone, knowing I have weekends free. So, just brought in to consult just to see if there's any way we can improve anything, some new eyes, and try to tighten up some procedures possibly. And, just kind of guy standing on the outside looking in and see how we can help.
Alex, this series has been growing rapidly over the past couple years. It's amazing how the United Late Models have gotten everybody on one page. You've also been a part of the Superstocks getting on one page. Now we have the Quick Superstock Series. I think asphalt racing is going in the right direction in Ontario, finally.
Absolutely. And take a page from the dirt guys for sure. And we have, it's funny, this past couple weeks, the groups of racetracks that worked on amalgamated rules for mini stocks and super stocks, we've had some, not concerns, but some questions come up. And it's a great process now because now whoever gets that question sends it out to the group. We get a chance to dissect it. No spur of the moment decisions are made anymore. And you wish you end up regretting it. So it's worked out really well. It shows with the super stock races we had at Jacasa and now the Quick Series, 39 at Delaware I think we had. So yeah, it's definitely a step in the right direction. Now that the pandemic's winding down, hopefully we get a chance to use those amalgamated rules to our advantage.
All right, Alex, we'll watch for you today.
Thank you.
Alex Nagy running the show, guys. Just we're outside tech here. One last story. Joe Lawrence was the last car to roll through. We tried to get an interview with Joe. He declined until he got through tech. They just finished rolling out. Joe's not here, but they had roof height issues, but they got it in. They were told to take the car to impound now. He passed, so Lawrence made it through the last car through, guys. That's the story from here in the pits.
So great to hear from Alex Nagy there, who caught up with Clinton Jeffrey earlier on here this afternoon. And Clinton also had an interesting piece that we thought we'd show the TQ Midgets that we just saw out on the racetrack, a little behind the scenes on what they're all about for our viewers at home to have a look at that. So we'll take a look at that video right now from earlier here this afternoon.
We've seen a lot of the mini stocks and the late models, but the third class on the card tonight is the CanAm Midgets. These cars are wild machines. Not much room for the driver, super tight fit. They've got a 750 Suzuki motor. Everybody's running the same engine. The wheelbase is about 60 inches, smaller tires, but if you look at these are basically machines built for speed. You've got an engine, a seat, 4 tires, a bit of a wing for downforce on the top, but there's not much left of these things. They have a storied history here in Ontario and across the border, hence the name. The CanAm Midget's been around a long time. Watch these cars. They are fast, furious, and they're going to put on some wild racing here tonight.
So look exactly what the CanAm Midgets are all about, and if you enjoyed that race that we just saw, then definitely you want to check them out, CanAmMidgets.com online. Check out their schedule for 2021. An impressive show here they put on this afternoon. Want to thank them for being a part of it here for those live in person and those watching on GeForce TV. APC Series is back in action in 2 weeks' time at Sauble at Flamboro Speedway, and a little time at the beach that weekend, and it's going to be a great one as always when we go there. The AP Emissions Technologies 100 presented by Quaker State on Saturday, July the 31st. We'll have that live on GeForce TV, and then we'll be up at the Sunset Speedway on Saturday, August the 14th for the Dayco 100, and that will be race number 4 of the 2021 season for the APC Series, so you can catch every event, all 8 in total in 2021, right here on GeForce TV, and you won't miss a lap as we get ready to crown the 2021 champion. So the field is getting staged down on the front stretch, and it looks like the schedule has been moved up just a little bit. Of course, we didn't have to have the last chance qualifier for the APC Series, so we do have a bit of extra time here in the schedule, so we're going to move things up just a little bit. And the races earlier for the mini stocks and CanAm Midgets went so smoothly that we were able to get here to where we are right now and get things lined up for the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella. Again, my name's Greg Kellman, up in the Corner 1 tower, along with Adam Ross. Clinton Jeffrey has been down trackside and throughout the pits here this afternoon. I want to thank everyone who's tuned in here this afternoon live on GeForce TV. I want to remind those that are watching, whether you're here live in attendance or watching at home, if you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching here in person, go to YouTube, find our YouTube channel, GeForce TV Network, and you can go there and just hit the subscribe button. And if you hit the notification ringer, anytime that we have content uploaded on the channel, you'll get a notification on your mobile device or your computer knowing that we are live with content. Of course, Adam and Clinton have the Rivals Race Chat every Tuesday night, and you can tune into that at 8 p.m. and listen to them talk about everything in the local racing season. And sorry, Spencer's telling me, of course, they're off this week. I forgot about that. But usually on a Tuesday night, other than this coming week, it's Rivals Race Chat, and then Wednesday night is the Wednesday night watch party. So the event from the weekend that we have broadcasted live, we rebroadcast that and have some of the folks that raced in it or were a part of the show involved in the interactive chat, so you can tune into that as well on GeForce TV. As I mentioned earlier, our next event live on GeForce will come up next Saturday night at Brighton Speedway for the Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series, brought to you by Pinty's Delicious Foods. Of course, they'll have the late models and Canadian modifieds, their regular divisions down there at Brighton Speedway, along with the Thunder Stocks and their Comp 4 mini stock division. 7 o'clock start time from the northern shores of Lake Ontario. And that will be right here on GeForce TV. Again, making that up from a couple of weeks ago where we were rained out. We tried to get it in, but basically we got to watch some trucks pack the track for 3 hours, and that was about it, Adam. We tried, but we're going to go back and do that next Saturday night.
Some days just go like that, Greg.
And then in a couple of weeks' time, as I mentioned before, we'll be up at the Flamboro Speedway Saturday, July the 31st for the AP Emissions Technologies 100 Battle at the Beach, presented by Quaker State, all right here on GeForce TV. There you see the field getting staged here on the front stretch for race number 2 of the 2021 season for the APC Series, and we'll continue to get things lined back up and ready to go for their 100-lap event. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with the APC Late Model Series on GeForce TV.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Chicken Wings. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
live Flamboro Speedway for the APC Series on GeForce TV. Greg Kelman along with Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey down trackside as we get ready for the start of the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella. You see the field taking shape down on the front stretch behind the Bennett GMC Pace truck. 23 cars in total here this afternoon for race number 2 of the 2021 season. And as we see those cars lined up, it's the anticipation for us all, for many of the fans in the stands here this afternoon, maybe their first race they've seen in person in a year and a half, and we are so excited to have fans back in the grandstands at the tracks we're going to now, and we're also happy to have all those watching live on GeForce TV. Glad to have you all, and I'll tell you what, last year we went to a number of tracks where there wasn't a fan to be seen, and it was not the same. We missed you mightily last year. We're so glad to have you back here at the racetrack here in 2021. And if you're at home watching on GeForce, and maybe you've just started watching short track racing from Ontario here on GeForce TV, why not get out to one of these racetracks and help support them through this 2021 season as the restrictions are lifted and the capacity has been increased now to 75%. Why not come out and help some of these, they're small business owners is what they are, Adam, when they've got these racetracks, and it's been a long year and a half for them, and now to see the gates finally open is exciting.
It really is. I mean, racing is such an addiction. It's an addiction for the drivers, for the car owners, but for the track owners as well, for the people that work here at the front gates. There's so many people we did not see. I mean, last year we were fortunate that we were able to go racing, but there were so many things that were not part of what we are used to. This is what we're used to. People in the grandstands, the familiar faces that you see week in and week out. I mean, that's what we're here for, and fantastic that we're able to come out and enjoy it together.
So again, 2 weeks ago, Brandon Watson kicked off the season with a win at Delaware Speedway. He comes into the afternoon with the points lead, 7 points up on Andrew Gressel, who really turned things around from what was a rough 2020 season. Had some hard licks last year, but really good to see him back up there, finishing in second at Delaware. 7 points behind Trayton Lapsevich right there in third. DJ Kennington came into the afternoon fourth in points, but obviously not here, and Pete Shepard fifth. So all the heavy hitters here this afternoon chasing Brandon Watson, as we'll send it down trackside. Clinton Jeffrey is going to start talking to some of the drivers down on the starting grid.
Thanks a lot, Greg. I'm here with Shea Gamble. Shea, you know, we're going to start third. Is that a good spot for you? Are you comfortable starting up here? What's your preferred spot? Are you a guy who prefer to be on the pole and have them chase you all day?
Kind of this place. If you're stuck on the pole, you kind of use your stuff up because you're setting the pace. Usually at this track, you'd like to start like near the middle of the field and kind of keep your nose clean and get through the field. So where we are right now, we weren't the best in qualifying, but I feel like we'll have a really good long run car. So it's usually what we work on here, because usually you get in at this place, sometimes you get in a long run, and that's where usually our car will shine. So hopefully we'll keep this North Country Property Maintenance APC machine up front here today.
So if you get out in a run, let's say, and you're just kind of conserving, at what point do you guys say, okay, it's time to go? For the fans in the stands, you know, you guys are trying to maintain 50, 60. Is it with 20 to go? Is it with 30 to go, 40 to go? At what point are you and your spotter starting to talk, okay, we have a good car, we're feeling good, we've saved it for the long run, now it's time to go?
It's all about the position during the race and where you feel like you are in that position. And if you feel like you can pick off a couple or two, then settle, then go pick off another couple too. You got to just have to be patient and pick off what you can.
All right, Shea, we'll watch for you. Car number 3, Shea Gamble, going to roll off from the position number 3 here tonight, guys.
And this is a different spot for Shea Gamble, because I traditionally think of him as, you don't talk about him much throughout the night, but by the end of the night, he's right there and he's right in it for the win. I like watching Shea because there's always a story that follows where he goes, because he works so hard to get to the front.
And as he keeps performing, we're going to keep talking about him, that's for sure. But Greg, it is time to meet the starting lineup for the Interstate Batteries 100. Rolling off 23rd from Owen Sound, Ontario, the Fireplace and Patio Shop, HaveOne.com Chevrolet, number 69. It's Wally Wilson. On the outside of row number 11, from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, the Wardlaw Heating and Cooling, Northern Fencing, number 61, Dustin Jackson. On the inside of that row from Fraserville, the number 79, Custom Forming Walls, Bondsma Brother Concrete Pumping, entry of James Horner.
On the outside of row number 10. Starting in car number 10 out of Southampton, the Tom Gibbons Concrete Finishing Graham Family Auto Car Quest. Car number 10, Chevrolet Tom Gibbons. And to his inside, driving car number 27 out of Carlisle, Ontario, the Maple City Tire Transport Trailer Sales Chevrolet Matt Box.
Next row up on the outside from Waterloo. He drives the Blast Floor Coating Epoxy and Concrete Shot Blasting Latham sponsored number 1, Sean McGlynn. On the inside of that row in the number 64, the Any Bins Waste Services BP Coatings and Paving number 64 out of Acton, Brandon McFerrin.
Up next in the 9070 out of Guelph, Ontario, in the Maker Pizza Retail Design Group. Car number 97D, that Chevrolet driven by Tyler D. Venenzo. And to his inside, out of Hamilton, Ontario, in the SSG Gloves, Holdaway Motorsports Toyota. Car number 4, Connor James.
Moving up one row on the outside, from Drumbo, Ontario, the London Recreational Racing number 89C, Sean Chenoweth. And to his inside, from Allenford, the Sauble Falls Tent and Trailer Park, Stewart's Equipment number 81, Andrew Gressel.
Starting in 12th, driving the Wellington Systems Hose Tech, car number 83, it's a Chevrolet powered, it's Dale Shaw. And going from the 11th spot, out of Orono, the Mobile One B&W Enterprises Chevrolet, car number 54, Danny Benedict.
Now, race fans, your top 10. We took the fastest qualifiers, the top 10 qualifiers from earlier on in time trials. We inverted them so the top points runner out of the top 10 fastest qualifiers starts at the back of the top 10. This is how we get your top 10 starting order. On the outside of row number 5, from Stainer, the Great Lakes Concrete, Barry Frame and Alignment, Sheer Metal Products number 9, Brandon Watson. To his inside, from Grimsby, the RGC Sports Ace Services Toyota number 32, Trayton Lapsevich.
Starting in 8th, out of London, Ontario, in the APC Auto Parts Center, Total Lubricant Chevrolet number 22, Pete Shepard III. Starting in 7th, out of Cambridge, in the Cambridge Rigging Transactional Chevrolet number 84, J.R. Fitzpatrick.
On the outside of row number 3, the defending series champion. From London, the Pennzoil APC Auto Parts Center's number 78, Joe Lawrence. And starting 5th, from Norwood, the SMG Motorsports J-Bex Construction number 29, Ryan Kimball.
Going off 4th from Chesley, Ontario, in the Canadian Flat Roof Systems APC Auto Parts Center number 17, Josh Stotty. And rolling off from the 3rd position in car number 3 out of Dorchester, Ontario, the North Country Property Maintenance APC Auto Parts Center's Ford, this is Shay Gemmel.
Now, race fans, your front row. On the outside of row number 1, from Mount Bridges, Driving the Pride Seeds, Vibrant Farms, number 52, Jake Sheridan.
Well, Jake, you've had some tough mechanical goes, but your car's been very fast this year. Have you got it together enough to pull off these 100?
I sure hope so. We have every last time, too. So I hope we got what it takes to make it all the way through tonight. Then we got a really good piece. Start on the outside here, front row. Not a bad spot to start. We can still go ahead one more. So I think I got a good piece. I got faith all the guys on my calls. They'll give me a really good piece, Paulie and Mike. And I just hope we can pull it off. Appreciate all the help tonight. Like, I'm going to support from Cameron Crane, Pride Seeds, Vibrant Farms, and DeMar Aggregates, L82, and see if tonight we can't put in victory lane.
There you have Jake Sheridan. We'll start outside the front row, guys.
And race fans, your pole sitter, all the way from Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, the Sims Countertops, number 47, Jordan Sims.
Jordan, a long ride here. First off, let the fans know how long it took you to get here today.
Well, it was a long drive, about 7 hours, but that's kind of the joy and the road trips with all the guys, and we have a lot of fun with it, so it's nice to be back and good to be starting on the pole here.
Yeah, it must be a little bit rewarding to at least get your night started on the right foot. You've got a heck of a crew of cars behind you, too. What can you do here for 100 laps to make sure you're talking to us for the right reasons at the end of these 100 laps?
Well, just got to be patient and save these tires. I know they'll be beating off my bumper here at the start, but just try and stay ahead of them and see where we end up at the end.
Good luck, Jordan Sims. We'll go from the pole, guys. We'll turn it up to you guys to get us ready to start this race.
Race fans, we're going to take a quick break on G-Force TV. When we come back, we'll be ready for the start of the Interstate Batteries 100.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps to tech liner for your truck bed to bump step to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your ultimate protection today at weathertech.ca.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps to tech liner for your truck bed to bump step to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your ultimate protection today at weathertech.ca.
This G-Force TV broadcast is brought to you by Pinty's, making great food fun. Epic Racewear, race apparel for racers by racers. Back live at Flamboro Speedway for the APC Series on G-Force TV, getting ready for the start of the Interstate Batteries 100, presented by Shell Rotella.
drivers getting buckled into their cars and ready to go. 100 laps here on the tight confines of Flamboro Speedway. They call this place a bull ring, and we're about to see how bully these drivers are going to get. Warm temperatures, they'll be warm in the cars, and that will raise their attitudes, I'm sure, as they get beat and bumped around. As Jordan Sims said down there in the pre-race interview, his back bumper is probably going to get used up, and that's where the tempers begin to flare, and we're going to see a lot of that here tonight, I'm sure. Clinton Jeffries down on the grid, keeping an eye as these drivers get buckled up and ready to go. My name's Greg Kellman, along with Adam Ross up here in the tower, and Clinton Jeffrey down trackside as we get ready and set to send these drivers off for 100 laps here at Flamboro Speedway. It's Jordan Sims, Jake Sheridan will start on the front row for this race here this afternoon. Beautiful field of cars. Crew members down there, one crew member per team, getting their driver buckled in, making sure everything is cinched up. The fire net is up on the driver's side of the car. And once everyone is ready, the APC officials will get things ready to go here, and we'll get the drivers to start their engines. I believe we may send that down to Clinton Jeffrey to have the fans be a part of that, Adam?
Well, yeah, that was the thought, and then we saw Frank Wall down there on a golf cart right behind Clinton Jeffrey. Who better to give that command than our good friend from Quick Fire Starters?
He can stay there, and we'll walk over here and get Frank. We'll get Jackie to film pull the. Are we ready, Adam? Are you ready, Frank?
Yes.
Are you fans ready? Come on, you can fire it up more than that for the Quick boys. Let's hear, are you fans ready? All right, Frank, on the count of 5, you got to do it for us. It's drivers, start your engines. Fans are going to help us out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Drivers, start your engines.
There you have it, boys. Let's get ready to roll.
I love the fact that there was sound down there so we could hear them fire up, Greg. Nothing gets me quite as pumped up as hearing the field come to life. Good looking field of late models down there. You hear them fire up, and then you see some of them roll forward, roll backward, just make sure everything feels the way it's supposed to feel. That Junior Hanley replica go-kart gonna lead the field down in turn number 1. That's Ryan Lockwood from Grisdale Racing Products behind the wheel.
That's what you look like in an everyday street car, isn't it? With the sunroof open?
A long time ago, we went out to Vernon, British Columbia. The races were sponsored by A&W Root Beer. So between me and Sean Gibbs, the flagman, and the A&W Root Beer Bear, it was like triplets. And they had a little promotional, what do you call those wee little cars? Smart cars. And I had to get my picture taken in one because I do fill it. Thankfully, the tow truck was there to help me get out of the smart car.
Adam, if I can jump in here, Jack, come here. Show me that glove. He's got his Dave Bailey glove on. He says, I got the 49 Jibs glove on. Bailey's going to bring me some luck here tonight, guys.
Sean Chenoweth, we were surprised that he was not at Delaware for the season opener, but Flamboro Speedway is a place where he has a ton of laps, and we would expect great things from Sean Chenoweth behind the wheel of that London Recreational Racing number 89C.
Well, they go back about a month ago, and we got to see Sean Chenoweth have a great fight with Trayton Lapsovich for the win in the first Triple Crown race of the season, presented by Grisdale Racing Products. And I wouldn't be surprised to see both of those drivers work their way through the field as well here, but some stiff competition. I mean, you go from the front of the field to the back, and it's going to be tough pickings to see who gets the win here this evening.
You know, it's hard. We've got 23 cars here, and legitimately, Greg, there was more than 21 of them that it wouldn't surprise me if they won.
Field finally rolling off into corner number 1, getting ready for the start of the Interstate Batteries 100, presented by Shell Rotella. Great shot down trackside to see these cars rolling past you. And in just a few moments' time, they'll see the green flag. Round number 2 of an 8-race series here in 2021. Race 1 was at Delaware Speedway 2 weeks ago, where Brandon Watson picked up the win. After a year last year where he was snake bit and really seemed, it's not that he struggled, he was there, but just couldn't get past Joe Lawrence last year, who had everyone's number. And Brandon got right back to the win column last race 2 weeks ago at Delaware Speedway, and a great performance there. And we'll have to watch Brandon. He's got some work to do starting back in the 10th spot here this afternoon.
So, folks, hop up on your feet. You can see these drivers with their arms out the window. They're giving you a wave. Trust me, they've been waiting a long time to salute you, crowd.
Dave Frank's having the ride along in the back of the Bennett's GMC Pace truck, getting some cool shots, I'm sure. The Hall of Famer.
He definitely is that. You know, what struck me today when I saw some people here at the races, Greg, that you see all the time, but Kim Banyard, since I was, well, that's a bad example. Terry Watts, her significant other. I've seen them at the racetrack since I was a kid. I am old and overweight and tired, Greg, and they look the same as they did when I was a kid, but I look old and overweight and tired. Why? How does that happen? Dave Franks is another. He was old 30 years ago.
I think once you get to a certain age, you just kind of stop, and we're busy catching up to them.
No kidding. That's a race I don't need to win. Lights are off on the Bennett Chevrolet Pace truck. We're going to go racing 100 laps of green flag action. Next time at a turn number 4. The photographers scurry from their posts to get back to the infield. Jordan Sims on the inside in the 47. Jake Sheridan in the 52 on the outside.
Green flag in the air. We're underway in the Interstate Batteries 100, presented by Shell Rotella. Jordan Sims on the bottom side. Jake Sheridan got a good launch off the second corner. Josh Stotty in tow.
They're more polite in the corners than they were on the straightaways, this battle for the lead. But Jordan Sims going to edge out in front. Sheridan doing a nice job to get down in the second spot. Josh Stotty in third, and then they're still battling. Shea Gemmel on the outside in that number 3. Ryan Kimball in the 29 down low, battling for 4th.
Top 3 very politely got in line and found their places, but it's a bit of a hornet's nest behind them. Shea Gemmel trying to hold off flying Ryan Kimball. Then it's side by side between J.R. Fitzpatrick and Joe Lawrence.
Remember our top points getters, so your Brandon Watsons, Trayton Lapsovich, Pete Shepard, they're buried deep in the top 10. Let's remember our third place finisher from Delaware, Dale Shaw in the 83. He didn't qualify in the top 10, so he's outside the top 10. A lot of top runners are heading up from the middle of this pack, but at the front, Jordan Sims is saying, hey, I don't know where you guys are going. I'm right comfortable leading this thing.
Dale Shaw lined up right behind Brandon Watson, and if I'm him, I'll just follow him all the way to the front, because you know that number 9 car is going to find his way somewhere to the top 5 in short order.
Using him as an example, he does not have an easy pass to make between here and the front of the field. That's how solid this field is. Andrew Grezel in the 81, he was quickest in practice for the longest time. He's behind all this mess as well, so what an afternoon we're about to have. Sheridan looking to the inside of Sims, but there is nothing there for the driver of the 52.
Yeah, Sims holding on to that top spot, but you can tell Jake Sheridan's just biding his time right now, taking a look, seeing if there's a move to be made just yet, because they're beginning to stack up behind him, and the pressure felt throughout the field as Sheridan took another look, and now they've got the lap car of Wally Wilson right in front.
Wally Wilson in the 69's been doing a good job this year, staying down to the inside, out of harm's way as the leaders go on by, and it's going to be tricky, so he gets off the throttle down to the inside, but by the time the last place car goes by, it's going to be time for him to get out of the way again.
With Sims out in front, leading the train right now with Jake Sheridan in the second spot. Josh Stotty holding on to third. He's got Shea Gemmel all over his back bumper. And then we'll find the 29 of Ryan Kimball as here comes Sheridan down to the inside of Sims.
Sheridan, again, it's a polite move. Sims put him down on the flat of the racetrack. He's the leader of the race, so he can run his line. Sheridan not pushing the issue just yet, but we got a couple trading paint deeper in the field. That's the 9 of Brandon Watson, the 83 of Dale Shaw.
Yeah, they're going at it tooth and nail right now, riding in that 8th and 9th spot right now are Brandon Watson and Dale Shaw. Here comes Sheridan leaning on the 47 of Jordan Sims.
Great racing, a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense, just what you'd expect for Flamboro Speedway. Sheridan has more speed than Jordan Sims, but not enough to make that move stick.
All over that rear bumper of Jordan Sims is Jake Sheridan. He's got Josh Stoddy in his mirror right now, and they are stacked up nose to tail. One goes around, it's Andrew Gressel as he got tagged from behind from the 4 of Connor James.
Yeah, I didn't see how that started, Greg, but that's what I was thinking. I was about to say as everybody fans out. As people check up, Ryan Kimball didn't check up quite as hard as Shea Gemmel. We'll see what the officials decide to do. Quite often they will give a car their spot back. Sometimes they won't. Trevor Hambley is the new race director for the APC Series. He comes from the NASCAR Pinty's Series. In a Pinty's race, if you got turned under yellow, where you come back in the field is where you line up. We'll see how they determine that to go in the APC Series. The difference being they don't count caution laps in APC. So it's easier to reset.
You know, it's really bound to happen, what we just saw with Andrew Gressel, because the entire field was nose to tail, and I mean literally nose to tail. And here's the cool down. Oh, J.R. Fitzpatrick got into the back of Ryan Kimball. I did not see that. In fact, here he is on the front stretch right now with all the battle damage.
Oh, bummer. I don't see him coming off the racetrack for that unless they force him, to tell you the truth. What I was about to comment, that battle, and JR is heading off the track. That battle between Jordan Sims and the 47 and the 52 of Jake Sheridan, because Sims was having to slow down a little to run a protective line, it had bottled the field up all the way back to the 97D and the 61 of Tyler DiVincenzo and Dustin Jackson. Looks like they may be giving Shea Gemmel his spot back.
I believe the original caution was contact, and I think it was Connor James. Might have gotten into the back of the 81 of Andrew Gressel, but by no means something, if that is the case, that it was intentional, because like you were just talking about, they were so tight nose to tail. One little slip up anywhere in that running order and someone doesn't have a chance to check up in time, it just takes a little bit, especially in the corner right there, right by the seam, and gets them sideways. So.
And let's talk a little bit about chassis setup. I see Clinton Jeffrey heading over to see what the debris is on the front stretch. Did you see what they picked up, Clinton?
Yeah, whatever it was, it would just look like a piece of foam or maybe a shock rubber, but it wasn't anything major. You know, you've got a lot of cars out here with body damage. We saw J.R. Fitzpatrick head for the pits. Then you've also got, as we mentioned, Ryan Kimball has got a lot of problems on that left front. Looks to be body. The 64 car coming under you guys right now also got the hood buckled, so kind of a chain reaction event there, and backed up a few of them.
There's a lot of buckled hoods, and some of these cars look brand new every time they hit the track. And you know what it makes me appreciate every time I see these cars that look brand new, Greg? Makes me appreciate Sean McGlynn, because that car looks like it looked 10 years ago. That car, it's like the cockroach of late models. They make it fast, but like they said to start the season, they dusted it off, brought it out, put it on scales, and away they go. It's Old Faithful.
Well, guys, let's talk about what this means for two of the favorites here. We saw Andrew Gressel run very good at Delaware in the opener. He's going to be forced to come to the back. And if there was a bill out there or an invoice that J.R. Fitzpatrick could pay for some luck, I'm sure he would gladly pay it or get a sponsor to take care of it, because they've had terrible luck so far in that 84 car.
Well, they just doubled up the field, and Andrew Gressel headed pit side, Clinton, so we'll see if they're able to get that Sauble Falls tent and trailer number 81 machine sorted out and back to the racetrack as we see J.R. Fitzpatrick coming back out. Boy, oh boy. The hood was all buckled up when he went off the track. Now the whole nose of the car is twisted up.
Yeah, when he set it down, looked all right, though. We'll see what happens here. Coming to the white, and we'll see if Gressel makes his way back through it.
Looking for the dust to settle back in the pits. I can't tell if Gressel has left his pit stall or not. There he is back on the racetrack.
Comes into this event second in points, so you've got to try and get out there. This series so tough to win the championship. You have one bad race and it could possibly knock you out. Andrew Gressel back out there, comes into this one second in points as we go back into the green flag, and here comes Jake Sheridan trying hard on the outside. I think he got a better run that time than the original start.
A little bit of contact down the back straightaway between Sheridan and Jordan Sims. Down into turn number 3, they remain side by side. Who's it going to be at the stripe?
Well, a little body check at the stripe that time. Jake Sheridan leads the lap. Sims on the bottom. It's side by side behind them as well, as you got Stadi and Gemmel door to door.
And through the corners, they separate. Once they get to the straightaway, that's when they start running into each other. And they are pulling away from Stadi.
What concentration that takes to run that close, side by side in these corners and on the straightaway. Sims now stretching it out a little bit and will take the spot away. Sheridan drops down to the inside, tried the old switcheroo, but will now have to tuck in line.
You know, and it's almost not as much a crossover as it is get to that bottom line and be content in second for a little while. Further back, Brandon Watson got a real good start in that number 9 machine. He's gotten around Trayton Lapsvich. Dale Shaw going to try to follow him through as well.
Yeah, Brandon's just knocking on the door of a top 5 now. And Dale Shaw, like we mentioned off the top, he started right behind Brandon, and he's following him up through the field, riding right now in that 7th spot, door to door with Trayton Lapsvich.
Lapsvich not making it easy for the 83 of Dale Shaw. Every corner you run side by side, you're using up valuable rubber on these tires.
Jordan Sims will come across the line to complete lap number 17. 83 to go here in the Interstate Batteries 100, presented by Shell Rotella.
Whoa, Sean McGlynn, all sorts of sideways in turn 2. He loops it around. Gibbons up into the back of J.R. Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick is turned around, but doesn't look like he took any more damage. Will Gibbons and Tom Gibbons and Dustin Jackson, the two in that melee that took the worst of it as the smoke starting to clear, and you see Gibbons' window net goes down.
So Gibbons climbs out of the CarQuest number 10. Dustin Jackson there with some heavy front end damage on the 61. Unfortunately not going to get another look at that one, as Jackson now will back up his machine.
Looked like Gibbons had a bit of a gesture for Sean McGlynn there. So Clinton Jeffrey, as Tom Gibbons gets his gear off, see what it looked like from his spot. He was definitely not the first car to the dance here, but he got the worst of it.
You can see Clint down there. Clint?
Just waiting for Tom here to get clear of the safety crew, and we'll jump in and get a word with him. Tom, what happened? Obviously, this isn't the way you needed things to go. What's the story here?
We just had problems in practice and qualifying, got stuff fixed. We were just biding our time, and the one got loose and just kept his foot in it, unfortunately, and wrecked our day.
What's wrong with the car? We see the nose is buckled on it. What's going on?
It's towed out big time on the right front. The right front had a hard hit. We got under JR a bit, but once we got drove into the wall, there's nothing we could do.
Appreciate your time, Tom.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate everything.
Tom Gibbons here, not the way he wanted to take his number 10 home, and we'll turn around and get a shot of that. The hood buckled up, and it's mainly front-end geometry that's causing them the problems, guys.
These cars are so sensitive. I was going to say that earlier when we were talking about the nose-to-tail racing and getting the car in front of you jacked up when you're back 12th, 13th spot. You can't drive one of these late models slowly. Like, they're designed to brake hard into the corner, transfer that weight, roll onto the throttle. Like, they're so fine-tuned that when someone does get checked up, if you don't race your car hard, it's not going to turn as well. So that's why you see a lot of this bumper tag through the field. It's a lot more than just having good reflexes or having weaker reflexes. You got to keep that car turning.
Adventurous night so far for J.R. Fitzpatrick. Just a matter of being in the wrong place at the wrong time there once again. And he's got Andrew Gressel right in front of him, another driver that will try to work his way through the field, but still plenty of time to go with 83 laps remaining here in this 100-lap affair.
Spencer, if you have a chance, look at the leaders' cars, and I don't care whether you look at them from the inside or the outside, but if you look from the inside of the racetrack, you'll see Jordan Sims still has the American Racer white paint on the outside of the tires. Jake Sheridan's tires are completely black. If you look at the outside, it's the opposite, because Jordan Sims has been on the inside leaning on Jake Sheridan. There is no lettering left on the right side tires of Jordan Sims or on the left side tires of Jake Sheridan. Clint?
Just want to mention Danny Benedict, car overheating. He went into the pits just as you guys were talking there, so we'll not sure what's up with the 54.
Flamboro Speedway, and it's well known, you know, we come from Delaware Speedway for the opening round, half-mile racetrack, which can be treacherous, but you can get through that race a lot easier as we got a big piece of something, and it might be brake duct on the front straightaway going into turn number 1. It's a big old chunk of something. So let's take a quick break here, and we'll come back on the other side with more action from Flamboro Speedway.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave sausages and street dogs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
Welcome back live to Flamboro Speedway for the APC Late Model Series on GeForce TV with the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella. Greg Kellman along with Adam Ross here in the Corner 1 Tower. Clinton Jeffrey down in the infield as we are under caution on lap 17 for the pileup off of corner number 2 involving Tom Gibbons, Sean McGlynn, Dustin Jackson, and J.R. Fitzpatrick. Now McGlynn and Fitzpatrick still on the racetrack, but both Gibbons and Jackson have gone to the pit area.
We'll see who makes it back out. But this is what you expect when you come to Flamboro Speedway. I started to say that before the break. You know it's going to be a physical battle. You try to avoid the mishaps, be there for the end of the race, and survive this early portion of the race. And mark my words, at the end of this one, we'll get to lap 90, 95 and say, look at these cars with not a lot of marks on them, and they're starting to come towards the front of the field. So I agree, Greg. Great time for a quick fire it up as we come to this restart.
Just quickly, Clinton Jeffrey mentioned Danny Benedict went to the pit area. He is just coming out onto the racetrack. He was running in 9th, so a tough break there for the Mobile 1, number 54, but he'll tag on to the tail of the field as the Bennett GMC Pace truck, I believe, will come across the stripe to the white flag this time, and next time we'll go back racing with 83 laps left to go here in the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella. It's been quite the battle between Jordan Sims and Jake Sheridan as we come back to the green flag here, and we see Dustin Jackson back out on the racetrack with that nose torn off the car. And it is time. Let's let you listen to the sounds, see the sights with a quick fire it up.
Wow, what a race we're watching. Brandon Watson got squirrely off of turn 4, and he turns Ryan Kimball. Brandon Watson, it looked like to me, was upset about something in turn 4 because you saw him get squirrely off the corner, come down on Dale Shaw. I'm not saying this is what Brandon did, but this is what I saw. If you're mad at someone for the way they race you, the first thing you have to do is get rid of the car that's beside you so you can get your run at the car you're mad at. And that's what he was trying to do to Dale Shaw, was come down on him, get Shaw out of the way. And he just went into turn 1 and didn't lift as much as Ryan Kimball. Kimball had been having a good day there, racing in the top 5. As I say, I can't say that's what Brandon did, but it sure is what it looked like from down here in turn 1.
Ryan Kimball with some left front damage on that car. He'll get it turned around down here. And we also have the 79 machine of James Horner coming to a stop.
So folks, this is where you want your smartphone to have a look at these replays. I would imagine we got 1 or 2 views. Not even the speed shot?
So Horner will get pushed into the pit area and we'll line things back up. We were able to get 2 laps in that time around. Sim Sheridan, your top 2. Then it's Josh Stoddy running in the 3rd position. Shea Gemmel 4th. Ryan Kimball was running in that top 5, but now we'll hand that over to Brandon Watson. 6th, Dale Shaw. 7th, Trayton Lapsevich. 8th will be Sean Chenoweth. 9th, Joe Lawrence. And 10th, Connor James.
So Brandon Watson's still out there in the 5th spot, and I imagine he'll keep that. He'll keep that 5th spot if they haven't put him anywhere just yet.
More and more battle scars. Pete Shepard, the 3rd, right now riding just outside of the top 10. See the nose crumpled up on his car, right front fender hanging out a bit. Brandon McFerrin behind him, also with a damage from earlier on in the race.
Just battle scars, Greg. They all mean something. So we circulate under yellow, and usually when yellow flag laps like this happen, they're not doing track cleanup. It's a matter of race control communicating with scoring, trying to determine who is an involved car. So who's involved, who goes to the back. We go back to the last completed lap, who's supposed to be in what position. So those would be the conversations taking place in the officials tower. And here at Flamboro, Greg, we're in a suite down in turn number 1, and I love the vantage point. Officials are in a tower at the start-finish line.
See the white flag this time around, field doubled up. Ryan Kimball back out. That nose piece fixed up a little on the SMG Motorsports 29.
Looks good as new.
Sure somewhere Sean Grossman sitting watching this race, enjoying it. Well, not so much right now, but...
Sorry, Sean, it does not look good as new. Ryan's going to need a new nose, possibly a whole new body on that 29.
Actually, the crew did a great job.
Yeah,
Looks
yeah,
good.
They did.
So we'll watch Ryan Kimball now work through the fields. We come back to the green flag with 81 laps left to go in the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella.
Wow, look at that checkup going down in the corner. Sean Chenoweth, Connor James, they get themselves down to the bottom in a big old hurry. Once again, Jake Sheridan and Jordan Sims doing battle as they have each and every start and restart.
It's like 2 hockey players going into the corner for the puck. They're leaning on each other every chance they get. Now Sheridan jams on the brakes, tucks in behind. Is he looking at the back bumper maybe?
I'm impressed with how clean Jake Sheridan continues to run. Every time he falls in line, I think, okay, is he going to try to take a run at him maybe and jack him up a little bit? No, he's been getting back in line and just doing his thing. So a lot of patience being shown by Jake Sheridan. But that number 9 car is 2 cars behind.
Sorry, Brandon McFerrin got into the wall off the corner 4.
Yeah, he's pulling off. He's waving his hand out the window. He's got some sort of problem.
Now he's back up to speed and stays on the track. Decided he was okay and stays on the racetrack.
Huh. I swore his hand was out the window.
Yeah, it was. It was, and it looked like he was pulling off, but nonetheless, still out there. As Sims continues to lead over Jake Sheridan, and right now, the guy I feel the worst for is Josh Stoddy, because you're riding behind Jake Sheridan and Jordan Sims, who have been at each other since the drop of the green flag, and you're sitting there, yeah, you're in third, yeah, you're in a good spot, but if anything goes wrong, you're right in the middle of it.
If I'm Josh Stoddy, I'm looking at the scoreboard saying, it's 20 laps, I haven't been crashed yet.
And he's got a mirror full of Brandon Watson right now, who's done a great job. Started in 10th up to the 4th position right now, and look who's behind him. Trayton Lapsevich has had a nice run here.
Dale Shaw right behind Trayton Lapsevich in that 83. That is a home-built car. Oh, boy. So Dale Shaw, who was right behind the 32 of Trayton Lapsevich until he was physically underneath the 32. Gonna say that's a home-built chassis. They pride themselves in their work. Trayton Lapsevich with a white Motorsports chassis in that 32 machine.
I'm thinking it might be a good night to walk through the pits after the race. What do you think?
Hold my beer.
There are going to be a lot of hurt feelings after this one, I think. But that's what you get at a track like Flamboro Speedway, and that's why we love it so much. Close quarters action.
It has been decent, a lot of give and take without causing anybody any bad luck. Let's have a look at this replay. You're looking towards the right of the screen, and from the drone shot again at the back of the pack. So Shaw got into Lapsevich a little bit going into the corner, and Lapsevich being sideways all the way through the corner, he couldn't get on the throttle, so he kept getting run over a little bit more, until he was all the way backwards. Push truck back there talking to Trayton Lapsevich. Not sure what the conversation might be. Clint, do you see any damage?
Yeah, the push truck just pushed in the back bumper here on the Lapsevich 32. And I just asked Dale, our photographer, I said, that just happened or the truck just did it? Looks like it crinkled the right rear corner. Shouldn't be an issue for these guys, but not sure if they've got the right size bumper here to get this one pushed off for Trayton.
Yeah, 2021 late model in a 1964 Sanford & Sons pickup truck. They don't line up, so they can't draft. Being pushed is
the only racing broadcast in North America that's brought up Sanford & Son in the last 20 years. Oh, we have that replay.
We have a replay.
Oh, yeah. Well, pre-push, bumper's fine. Post-push, not so much.
So
well, he pushed the bumper.
You know what? I can't put that on the push truck driver. That I can't. He was lined up to the 32.
Yeah.
Well, we see it a lot with sprint cars, right, guys, in the dirt, where the car takes that hard right to try and get turned around, and it kind of jackknifes the situation. Is that what we saw there too?
Well, yeah, the frustration, though, if you're Jeff Lapsevich, the car owner and crew chief on the 32, your frustration is, look, we've already had 5 pace laps. I still don't have my car in my pit stall to assess any damage or make any repairs. Now I've got new repairs. But again, I don't put this on the push truck. We poked some fun at it, but it lined up square.
Let's talk about why the frustrations would be there for the folks at home watching, or someone might not understand. Like we do on the dirt with the sprint cars, they get guaranteed 2 minutes from the time they get to their pit stall. here, if the lineup is good, they can throw that white and come right back at it. So that's why it's a little bit of a different situation here. And Sean Gibbs is calling for him to double up, so it won't be much time for Lapsevich. They're going to have to get 32 back out here quickly.
Now, this is where Lapsevich is spotter, and I'm not sure who's spotting for him here this weekend. Says, guys, get away from the car. Trayton, you got to go.
And I believe the on-ramp official there is holding out the red flag. And, yeah, here comes the 30. Well, that's Kimball back.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to drive back out. We have not seen the 32 yet.
No, Lapsevich was still in his pit stall with the overhead. He is just now rolling basically from the concession. Or is this Lapsevich here?
Yeah, it's Lapsevich here.
So someone is just rolling from the concession.
And we're going this time, Adam, so he's going to be a solid half a lap behind here.
Yeah, but I'll have a great head of steam.
And the way the first part of this race has gone, I don't think I'd mind riding back there for a few laps and let this shake out a bit. Here they are back at it, Sims and Sheridan, door to door. They have been at each other all through this race. They've rubbed the whites off the off the sides of the tires. And now Sheridan tucks in line. Here comes Brandon Watson rolling on the outside.
Watson to the outside, Shea Gemmel to the inside in that number 3. He had a lot of confidence today. I was talking to him earlier in the pits. We heard Clinton Jeffrey interview him. He feels good about his chances. Joe Lawrence, the next car to the inside behind Shea Gemmel, so Brandon Watson has to be careful here where he falls in line. He gets back in line in that 5th position.
Across the line this time by, it'll be 72 laps left remaining, 28 complete here in the Interstate Batteries 100, presented by Shell Rotellas. Jordan Sims, Jake Sheridan, Josh Stotty, Shea Gemmel, and Brandon Watson right now the top 5 nose to tail.
Good battle between Sean Chenoweth and Pete Shepard just outside of that top 5. Shepard on the outside, getting loose through 1 and 2. Sean Chenoweth, I've had enough of this. Sean Chenoweth makes the pass. Now it's Connor James to the inside, and he's got J.R. Fitzpatrick right behind him.
I was just about to say that. J.R. Fitzpatrick now has worked his way up into the 10th spot, so a bit of a rally here for the 84 machine. He was caught up in one of those early cautions, as that 84 transaxle machine rides right behind Connor James.
And if you're Pete Shepard, they're lined up on the bottom. You've got to pedal that thing as hard as you can on the high side. There is no holes at the bottom, so you got to keep digging and hope for some kind of opportunity. But with a veteran like Sean Chenoweth down low, he's going to be tough to clear.
Connor James tucked in behind Sean Chenoweth as they come off the corner. There you see Shepard trying to, he gets it right into the door.
Yeah, that was a veteran move as well. Shepard trying to shimmy Sean Chenoweth down the racetrack on the front stretch. Did not have the desired effect, but he's still right up on the door of the 89C.
Top 6 right now, nose to tail, and are putting some laps on the board, but from there on back, the rest of the pack being held up by this battle between Sean Chenoweth and Pete Shepard III. Connor James tucked in behind them, trying to bide his time, but kudos to Shepard for hanging tough on that outside.
He has cleared the 89 or the 22 of Pete Shepard. Whoa, there goes a fender. That might bring out a caution. Oh, Brandon McFerrin cleaned it up. And I believe it got underneath the right front of Brandon McFerrin. Oh, man, what a bummer. Oh!
And they all stack up down in corner number 2.
Why do we keep crashing after the yellow?
Oh, Matt Box and Connor James. Heavy contact to the front of both of those cars. And there's Brandon McFerrin, who's caught up on the turn 4 wall. He ran over the fender of the 22 of Pete Shepard. And when he went into the corner, that thing was not going to turn.
So Connor James looks unhappy down there on the racetrack. Brandon McFerrin with the window net down. Clinton Jeffrey is on his way to the 4 of James. Yeah, the radiator's punched out of that SSG gloves number 4.
A lot of tore up race cars here tonight at Flamboro Speedway. There aren't many without marks on them.
Wally Wilson.
Well, we're getting a look here at the Connor James 4, gentlemen. And, you know, when I got here today, we were setting up the cameras. Connor's number 4 was the first one in the chute, parked all alone early in the day. They were excited about the day and didn't want it to end this way. We'll try and get a word with Connor as he gets out of the car here in this SSG gloves. And he's not happy with Pete Shepard. So we'll wait till he gets his helmet off. We'll get a word with him here.
Brandon McFerrin goes up on the hook. As the safety crew's there with Connor James as well.
Well, Connor, we talked. You were the first one in practice today, a little bit eager to get going. This is not the way you wanted things to go. You look displeasured with the 22 of Pete Shepard. What's your take on what happened here?
It's just guys racing their brains out on lap 34 of 100. I was there, I was at his door, he just kept turning down. He run me in the fence about 20 laps before, and there's more money than brains of some of these guys, man. It's lap 37, and okay, now we got a torn up race car. I feel bad for all the guys that work hard on this thing, and we were moving up, and it's a frustrating deal, man.
We'll let you get back at it. Jack, I'm going to tell you to turn around, look at the engine bay. We got a lot of steam coming out of this engine bay as the rat has come out of the 4 here of Connor James. And you can see it, guys, all the water leaking out and it's steaming here on the hot pipes. And that's going to do it here for Connor James, number 4.
That steam might be coming off of Connor James. He's such a mild-mannered, positive individual. Obviously frustrated as we look at the replay, and like I said, the yellow was pretty much already out. Fitzpatrick sort of got himself cocked sideways and through that mat box, got some damage. Jeez, lots of cars got some damage running in behind there. How about these restarts? They have been a carbon copy. Jordan Sims on the inside. Oh, dry ice. What on earth is that? Like, I know there was some steam coming from the engine department, but what? Clint, did a fire break out?
I'm not sure. We were walking back. I thought we were all done there and turned around to see it, but yeah, it looks like someone might have popped a fire extinguisher out on it.
Huh. Well, that'll take the steam down.
So Jordan Sims is the leader with 34 complete in this one. Jake Sheridan second, Josh Stoddy third, Shea Gemmel fourth, and Brandon Watson in the 5th position. Joe Lawrence 6th, Sean Chenoweth 7th, Pete Shepard in the 8th spot. I believe it's going to be J.R. Fitzpatrick up to 9th now, and 10th will be Sean McGlynn. And now Andrew Gressel in the 11th spot after the problems earlier on for him, so he may be able to salvage some points on this. Came into the night 2nd place in the standings behind Brandon Watson.
He may still win this. We're still so early. I don't think you need to think about salvaging points. If he can keep his nose clean, I think there's still a lot of cars out here who can contend. What I watch from these restarts, and here's what I like about Josh Stoddy in the 17, he hasn't battled anybody. Like, he takes the restart, gets a good launch, lets the leaders sort themselves out. He's saving a lot of equipment. The front bumper, the brakes, the tires. Josh Stoddy has a lot of race car under him still. There's a few cars as you go back through the field, there's actually not that many that you can say the same thing about. The top 2 have been battling like crazy. Stoddy is conserved. Gemmel has had to drive hard a few times, so has Brandon. Joe Lawrence, I think, has conserved some. Everyone else in this line has been in a heated battle.
To answer your question down here, Adam, yes, a fire extinguisher was opened up here on the Connor James number 4. They're rocking it back and forth to try and get out of gear. I don't know if we can get the drone shot of it. I see it hovering over top, but when they pull this car away, it's going to look like a bag of flour was dropped all around. It's a big white cloud of powder here on the ground, and once they get the 4 clear, you're going to see it. Yep. Still having trouble getting out of gear. Someone's going to jump in and probably just put the clutch in to ride this one back. The other question we have, guys, is what's this going to do? And the cleanup crew is here ready to sweep it up. It is sort of in the groove, Adam, some of that powder here. We'll see how this one comes up, and I don't know if Chris can get me from turn 3 camera or not, but right in this area, you've got all this white fire extinguisher material. You've also got the fluid, and it looks like it is a mixture of oil, Adam, so maybe the oil cooler might have gotten a piece of it. That might have been why we needed the fire extinguisher here, but trying to get things cleaned up, and the full crew in here now to take care of this mess in turn number 3.
Almost looks like you on a hot summer day with the Gold Bond, doesn't it?
You know, you do what you have to do, but I guarantee turn 3 is not going to chafe.
Oh, my.
Sacks, my friend. You will not hear me give too many unsolicited plugs. You want to be talked about, you pay the price. But Sacks underwear will change your life.
I just want to know when Adam puts too much Gold Bond, does he clean it up with kitty litter and a broom like these guys are?
You know, Clinton, out of respect for the people watching, if we have an after-hours program, I've got plenty of responses.
Well, fans will get a good look at the Connor James number 4 as it gets towed down the front straightaway. All tore up over there. And the crew's still cleaning up in 3. We're getting set to go 34 in on this one. Our second of 8 races here on the APC Tour live on GeForce TV. Of course, next week, back at Brighton, guys.
Yeah, next Saturday night, GeForce TV will be at Brighton Speedway for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series, along with the late models, the Canadian Modifieds, Thunder Stocks, and Mini Stocks, along with the Comp 4. 7 o'clock start time right here on GeForce TV. And then in 2 weeks' time, we'll be actually on the Friday, July the 30th, we'll be at Humberstone Speedway with all the action down there with both the Knights of Thunder and the Action Sprint Tour, along with Thunder Stocks and Mini Stocks. And then on the Saturday night, July the 31st, we'll be up at the beach at Sobel for the AP Emissions Technologies 100. All live here on GeForce TV, so make sure you subscribe, make sure you get those notification ringers clicked so that you know when we are live here on GeForce TV. Field doubled up, so that means we'll get the white flag this time by and back at it. We still have 66 laps left to go. What's going to be left? There's a lot of beating and banging going on here tonight, Adam.
Welcome to Flamboro Speedway. This is what brings the fans out. It's elbows up racing. It's I'm going to hit you before you... No, I'm going to hit you back before you hit me in the first place because it's Flamboro.
Yeah, let's fire it up. The sights and sounds of the APC Series here at Flamboro Speedway as they come back to the green flag. Jordan Sims continues to lead with Jake Sheridan all over his back bumper. Josh Stotty still content to ride in that third position. 63 laps left to go in this one.
Tell you who I just noticed, and it really makes me happy to see him battling with Joe Lawrence, and that's Tyler DiVincenzo in the 97D. He has really taken a slow but steady progression in these late models.
And he gets by Joe Lawrence down the backstretch. He's got Trayton Lapsovich in tow behind him.
Nice job by Tyler D. as Jake Sheridan with a look to the inside of Jordan Sims for the lead. He gets back in line. What I've noticed the last couple of restarts, Josh Stotty is able to run there in the third spot. Whether he is choosing to hang back a little bit from the lead duo or whether he's just not quite as quick as those lead two, I'm not really sure, but Brandon Watson applying the pressure to the 17 of Stotty. That's for the third spot.
Sheridan right there, right up under the back bumper of Jordan Sims, who got a good look at it there on screen as they work down into corner number one. Sheridan content, now he's not so content, takes a look off the corner, but they've got the lap car of Wally Wilson directly in front. Here they come off the corner. Sheridan trying to get the run into the corner.
Jordan Sims has been great at driving the car deep down into the turn, getting it to settle down, but Jake Sheridan has to be wearing him out. He has to be using up that 47.
57 laps left to go here in the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella. It's Jordan Sims out in front over Jake Sheridan, Josh Stotty, Brandon Watson, and Shea Gemmel. Then a gap back to the 6th place runner, Sean Chenoweth.
He's got J.R. Fitzpatrick all over him, and Fitzpatrick is looking for a way by. He poked to the inside last lap down in 1 and 2, follows Chenoweth in the 89C this time. As we said that, 89C had fallen back. Now they're closing in on that top 5.
Logging some laps now here in the middle portion of the race. And the only driver really looking itchy to make a pass is Jake Sheridan. Every lap he's trying something, as now Wally Wilson will go to the high side in 1 and 2 and head to the pit area.
So Wally Wilson in the 69 kept the corners on the car, did a nice job staying out of the way, learned a bit today. Hopefully he advances. You know, we see drivers make that progression. Some of them try to make it too quickly. Hopefully Wally Wilson continues up the ladder to get a little faster all the time.
Top 5 continue to have that gap between them and Sean Chenoweth. And Chenoweth has got 2 drivers behind them that started the day, and it looked like maybe their days were going to be very short. But like you said, don't count either of them out, as J.R. Fitzpatrick and Andrew Gressel right now sit in 7th and 8th. And they've gotten through some of the storms there in the early laps.
All the drivers know you just survive. You ride it out. Lap after lap you ride, and then when you get to about lap 75, see what you've got. And even though all of them know that, they don't all practice that, Greg. It's so hard to do once you put the helmet on because you want to race.
Brandon Watson and Shea Gemmel now will slip by Josh Stotty as the laps begin to wind down a bit. It just past the halfway mark, and Brandon Watson says, okay, time to go, and he moves by, and here comes Sheridan, gets Sims all the way sideways.
Jake Sheridan saw what Brandon Watson just did, realized it's time to go.
Shea Gemmel will tuck right in front of Sims, gets his car in line in the 3rd spot. So it's Sheridan, Watson, and Gemmel now, the new top 3.
Wow. What a move by Jake Sheridan. He saw that Brandon Watson got to 3rd, realized Brandon Watson was not going to have the patience that Josh Stotty has had, and he makes his move on Jordan Sims.
So Sheridan now enjoys a bit of a cushion between he and 2nd place Brandon Watson, and for Jake Sheridan, maybe a bit of a breather here because he's been racing hard since lap number 1.
He really has been. There's been a lot to focus on. Right now, he just needs to hit his marks, keep running laps, see what the car can do with some open racetrack in front of him. Sean Chenoweth right now on a march through the field, but it's in the wrong direction. He is sliding backwards in a hurry.
As now we see Trayton Lapsovich, Pete Shepard, and Ryan Kimball go by. Joe Lawrence will be the next, and some problems on the London Recreational Racing 89C, as it looks like he's about to slip to the end of the long line.
Problems also for Sean McGlynn in the 1. He is a bit off the pace. He's about a half a track behind the race leader. He had been in the mix, battling with the pack, but something not quite right on that 1 machine for McGlynn.
This time by only 43 laps left to go for Jake Sheridan, the Pride Seeds Vibrant Farms number 52. Brandon Watson, the winner at Delaware 2 weeks ago, rides in the 2nd spot with Shea Gemmel in tow. You've got Jordan Sims in the 4th spot. Josh Stotty got shuffled back into 5th. Once Brandon Watson made the move, Stotty, who'd been running in 3rd for much of this race, finds him now trying to hold on to a top 5, but he's putting the pressure on Sims.
Yeah, he's got some speed still in that race car for sure. I think Jordan Sims might have used up the good in the car. Who knows, with some of the battles with Jake Sheridan, they might have knocked the front end out of tow a little bit.
Now Stotty's starting to look a little bit more aggressive. He knows that he needs to get by this 47 car because he can see those top 3 beginning to pull away and lessen his chance to be able to compete for the win.
He also looks in the mirror and sees J.R. Fitzpatrick coming, and you know J.R. Fitzpatrick likes to make his presence felt. So Josh Stotty, if he's got it in him, you know he wants to make that move on Jordan Sims, so he does not have to deal with J.R. Fitzpatrick just yet.
And at the same time, if you're Josh Stotty, maybe you're happy to get a top 5 and come out without issues.
Trouble in turn 4, that's Ryan Kimball. Was alongside the 22 of Pete Shepard, might have cut down a right front tire because that car just shot directly up towards the wall but did not make contact.
That puts us back under the caution flag with 40 laps left to go here in the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella. Ryan Kimball has had his fair share of issues here this evening. Had a very stout car in the very beginning, ran in the top 5 before getting turned around. And now he'll limp this car back to the pit area. The tire is up, so you wonder if something's broken in the right front.
It's something broken in the steering because the right front is pointed out while the left front's turning left, the right front's kind of going straight, edging towards the right. Well, race fans, what do you think? Brandon Watson is charged through this field. Is he going to take the lead on this restart, or does Jake Sheridan hold him off? How many Brandon Watson fans we have in the house? Yeah, he's just that good. You don't get a huge reaction from Brandon Watson. How about J.R. Fitzpatrick in the 84? Some clapping there. You want to get a reaction at Flamboro, you talk about Sean Chenoweth. His fans follow him to the end of the earth.
Adam, just want to jump in. I got Gary calling here. Gary, we want to welcome everybody from Quick Wick. They want everybody to take a sample on the way out, right, today?
Yeah, 10-4. Anyone in the grandstands on your way out, there are Quick Wick little sample packs. Grab as many as you want, take them, go home, start your fires. It's amazing.
All right, thanks. Want to thank everybody from Quick Wick Fire Starter for being the new Victory Lane supporter here at Flamboro Speedway. And man, they're really making their presence known. We're happy to have them here on G-Force. So reminder to all the fans here, take home a sample on your way home.
60 laps are complete. How about Dustin Jackson in the 61? He is still on the lead lap.
Yeah, he sustained heavy damage in that contact with Tom Gibbons on the back stretch. Went in, they ripped the nose off that car, and it's been up to speed ever since.
Doesn't take a whole lot of pretty to go fast, that's for sure.
Still under the caution flag, although the field is bunched up. Wow, that'll make you dizzy, that overhead shot, Adam. Great sights from here at Flamboro Speedway. Again, if you're watching here with us live, you can join along with the Wednesday night watch party. 7 o'clock Wednesday night as we do the rebroadcast and some interactive chat on YouTube.
Yeah, we'll invite different drivers. Maybe we'll invite Ryan Kimball to come out and join the chat and see what he has to say about the different things that have gone on in this race. He was up in the top 5, and then things just went downhill from there. We're back under green.
Some contact there between Jordan Sims and Shea Gemmel. That's going to open the door for Josh Stoddy to slip by. Dale Shaw kind of got shuffled out. Now he's in the back of the lead pack, and Joe Lawrence is having some problems. He's switching that car back and forth as though he's got something wrong.
He just came out of the pits. They had already taken the green, and Joe Lawrence and Trayton Lapsovich came flying out of the pits, trying to get up to speed. Jordan Sims up out of the group. I got to tell you, Jake Sheridan's probably pleased to see Shea Gemmel in second and not Brandon Watson.
Well, the pole sitter's getting body checked outside of the top 5, and now he's in danger of falling out of the top 10.
Dustin Jackson with some trouble coming out of turn number 4. Went through the infield, now back on the racetrack, but he's lost more than half a lap to the field, so he's still trying to stay on the lead lap, but he didn't do himself any favors there with whatever happened off of turn 4.
Jake Sheridan continues to lead. Shea Gemmel now running in the second spot. Brandon Watson sits third. Then it's Josh Stoddy. And there you go, Adam. Just like you said, Andrew Gressel isn't out of it yet. He's in the 5th spot.
Top 5 running position for Andrew Gressel in the 81. And now that you look at the car, whoa, Shea Gemmel all sorts of sideways out of turn 4. That allows Brandon Watson up the inside. Watson going to take that second spot.
Wow, that was a close call there. Got to give another shout out. You mentioned this for Tyler DiVincenzo is sitting right now in that 7th spot behind J.R. Fitzpatrick. Great run for him tonight.
Doing a good job keeping the corners on the car. A little bit of rubber marks here and there. But when Andrew Gressel had his problems earlier, we talked about damage on the race car. Now, it looks the same as most of the cars out there, if not better.
So he'll ride right now in the 5th spot behind Josh Stoddy. Still running a very clean-looking number 17. Right in front of him, Shea Gemmel trying to track down the top 2. Brandon Watson and Jake Sheridan.
2/3 of this race are now complete. Whoa, Pete Shepard into the back of Sean Chenoweth. Chenoweth goes for a long slide, comes to rest in the infield on the front straightaway. That will draw a yellow flag.
With 33 laps left to go, Sean Chenoweth.
Clinton Jeffrey on the scene there, and I don't know if Chenoweth started to get loose and there was nowhere for Pete Shepard to go, or if Pete Shepard just wanted to go.
Jake Sheridan continues to lead over Brandon Watson, Shea Gemmel, Josh Stoddy, and Andrew Gressel, the top 5.
So Sean Chenoweth chooses to take off just as Pete Shepard's coming, gives him a little swerve. So okay, now we have Sean's side of the story.
Both Pete and Joe Lawrence and Trayton Lapsovich all go to the pit area. Here's a replay.
So way up the racetrack, and yeah, Chenoweth just got hooked there. Whatever happened, they came together. Chenoweth goes around, and once again they double up the field just as cars are going off into the pits. So not a lot of time for these teams to get to work. And it's not the officials' job to give the teams time to work. You know, 2-3 laps into a caution as we have another look there coming off of turn number 4 from way down at the turn 1 speed shot.
There we see the overhead look of Pete Shepard and his pit crew. Hard at work. Joe Lawrence is back on his way out to the track.
So up in the tower, Trevor Hambley, the race director, Alex Nagy, advisor to the series, so giving them some advice and helping them out up there. And I think wisely, you want to give the teams a little bit of time to do some work, give them a lap or two, but you don't want to hold the show up too long. Now, Trayton Lapsovich in the 32, we still wait for him to see if he's going to make his return, and indeed he is.
Back to the green flag. Oh, contact. Jake Sheridan and Brandon Watson down into corner number 1.
Brandon Watson is so good. His dirty moves are so subtle. He's just that good. He made some contact with Jake Sheridan just at a point that was going to really screw Jake Sheridan up all the way through the corner.
Sheridan back to the 2nd spot. Now they're all going to stack up in corner 1. Tyler DiVincenzo caught up in this with Jordan Sims, the pole sitter. Sean McGlynn buckles up the nose on that car.
And I don't, it's not as much, I don't want to say dirty move, it's an aggressive move. Spencer, if we have a replay of the leaders coming down the front stretch last time, watch it how and where they come together. Folks, it's not an accident where you choose to rub wheels or where you choose to come down on somebody, knowing they can't get on the brakes properly if they're still trying to save the car. So if we can get that, it would be the battle for the lead, the lap before the yellow. And if you've got it from the speed shot, it would be perfect. We'd have a good view of it. Be 1 lap prior to that. Or that would be the one, but you got to see them head on.
Clinton Jeffrey up here in corner 1 as they take a look at Sean McGlynn's machine.
McGlynn's car being pushed into the pits, and he left something on the racetrack behind. So here's that look. No, that wasn't the shot. I think. Lap earlier, Spencer. I love having Spencer in our ears, reading our minds as we go. So as Maestro Spencer works on queuing that up. So watch them come down. So Jake's squeezing. Boom! That shot right there as they're about to get on the brakes. Like, Brandon is gifted. He is so very good. Because Jake has to make that save and then hit the brakes where Brandon knows what's going on. It's subtle things, but man, they're effective.
Hey guys, all kinds of damage on that McGlynn nose. It was more than cosmetic, bumper, all kinds of heavy-duty front-end suspension parts. Gonna miss. That'll be the end of the McGlynn one, I would expect here tonight.
Don't be so sure, Clint.
And makes a fool of me just that quick, right? Did you see him coming down the back chute? Like,
no!
Oh.
No, it's Sean McGlynn.
Hello, foot. Welcome, mouth. Here we go.
No, when the world ends, what do they used to call that? A nuclear...
The apocalypse.
Did you call it a cockroach earlier?
I did. It's going to survive. It'll be here.
I have a feeling you're going to live that one down just like you did when you told everybody that Brighton was in the middle of nowhere and have never been forgiven for that one either.
Hey, Gary Adrian still loves the nickname the Bad Rash that we gave him at Jukasa a couple of years ago. So I'm not going to filter myself. You just keep dealing with it. Clinton gets the complaints. So under yellow, 67 laps complete. And what Jake did on that last restart, Jake Sheridan, comes out of 4. And what Jordan Sims was doing as well, giving Brandon Watson just enough room for his race car to squeeze between him and the wall. Not an inch more. You don't want to give them any room to maneuver. Let's see what the approach is on this here restart as we're having a look at her replay here. Okay, and this is the incident down into 1 of Jordan Sims and Tyler DiVincenzo making some contact down into the corner, getting sideways and acquainted with each other.
And that was when Brandon had just taken the lead away from Jake Sheridan, but the lap was never completed because they went under the caution. So Jake Sheridan back at the top of the leaderboard. I think maybe we should fire it up one more time. Adam, what do you think?
Sounds good to me. I'm excited. I want to watch J.R. Fitzpatrick and Andrew Gressel restart from row 3.
So for our viewers at home, they'll get to enjoy what the fans here at Flamboro Speedway have done all afternoon. They're going to get to see the sights and the sounds. The only thing we can't bring you are the smells, but that's just as well because we got Adam Ross in the tower tonight, so we don't want any of that. Let's do the quick fire starter. Fire it up!
You know, I just now noticed, if you're a tough late model racer, your number probably starts with 8. J.R. Fitzpatrick, Dale Shaw, Andrew Gressel, Sean Chenoweth. But at the front, it is Jake Sheridan who fended off Brandon Watson on that restart. Watson was able to get down between him, the race leader Sheridan and Shea Gemmel in that 3 machine to hold on to the second spot. Josh Stoddy got a nice restart to hang on to the 4th position. Behind them are all the comers and goers, drivers who have had their problems over the course of the race and are on their way to fighting back. But can they do anything with these top 4?
The start of the race, Clinton Jeffrey interviewed Shea Gemmel and asked, when is go time? I think we're there now. 28 laps left to go. And look who's in the top 3, Shea Gemmel. He's got some body damage on that car, but he's right up there where he started.
He knows how to get it done. He knows what to do in these races here at Flamboro. We've seen him in the midst of a lot of excitement the last few years here. Great battles as Andrew Gressel looks to the inside of Dale Shaw. Shaw slams the door shut. That's a battle for 6th.
So Sheridan, Watson, Gemmel, Stotty, and J.R. Fitzpatrick worked his way back into the top 5 at one point. Never thought that would be possible, but J.R. has not gone away. He's been patient through the middle stages of this race and still has the leaders in sight.
Brandon Watson in that 9 car sizing up the 52 as Sheridan changes his entry just a little bit. 1 lap from another, wants to see where he can roll better than the 52. Jake Sheridan, he's had his share of bad luck early this season, so you know he's going to fight for everything he's worth to hang on to this top spot.
This time by will be 23 laps left to go here in the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella. Jake Sheridan looking to pick up the win, and here comes the battle for third, and Gemmel slides up into the ball hard in corners 1 and 2. That will put us back under the caution flag.
Josh Stotty got to the inside of Shea Gemmel, and I don't know if Gemmel overestimated the level of grip on the outside of turn number 1, but that car just never took a set. Clint, if you're heading in that direction, have a look and see if there's any fluid at all. Almost wonder if he blew out a brake line or something going down into a rear brake. The car just didn't seem to want to slow down for him.
I think that's what they call the announcer's jinx, isn't it?
No. If it is, we've jinxed everybody in the field. So you could see he just sailed it down into the corner. Someone, his spotter, had told him that there's a car low, or he just knew that there was a car low, gave lots of room, and just couldn't get it to stick. Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene. What are we seeing there, Clint?
Well, I'm seeing the car towed out pretty bad here, Adam, as you can imagine, after riding the wall. And if you look at the scuff mark right up there wall, he rode the wall all the way back here. Shea in here to take a look under the hood, and we'll jump in with him in a second.
We talked about that earlier on, Clint, the slight slope of these walls. When you hit the wall, you generally go up and back down again. And then, like you said, it's perfect rubber marks as we have another look down into the corner. Not a spectacular looking crash, but plenty of damage to that Shea Gemmel, number 3.
Shea, what happened here? Obviously a terrible end to your day, but are you okay, and what took place here?
Yeah, going into turn 3 and 4 there, pedal went to the floor, and by the time I came into 1 and 2 here, I tried pumping them up as hard as I could, and no, she had no brakes turning in. But no, this North Country Property Maintenance APC car was actually pretty good. Like I said, we were going to be good on the long run, and we were just waiting. And then, this pedal came down, and that's no brakes. You need brakes at this place.
At least you're smiling somewhat here. Shea Gemmel, and Adam, you called it no brakes here for the number 3 at Gemmel.
It really, Stotty being on the inside of the BIM was the worst thing that could have happened, because at least if he could have jerked the car to the inside and tried to spin it out, but with Stotty being down there below him, either way, not a great ending for Shea Gemmel. Tough break for that young man who was having a fantastic drive, but race fans, J.R. Fitzpatrick to restart in row number 2.
Now 24 laps left to go as Jake Sheridan over Brandon Watson, Josh Stotty, J.R. Fitzpatrick, Dale Shaw, Andrew Gressel in the 6th spot, 7th, Sean Chenoweth, 8th right now, Joe Lawrence, 9th, Pete Shepard, and 10th is where we find Trayton Lapsovich.
Greg, our source for internet, did it go down?
Not that I'm aware of.
How many laps are you showing? You relax, Spencer. My scoring at the moment is not updating. Let's switch over to the phone. we're naked without our electronic timing and scoring.
Oh, there's a vision no one wanted, Adam.
Oh, I gotta be like that. One to go next time out of turn number 4. We'll set them loose. Jake Sheridan, the 52, on the inside of the front row. On the outside, number 9 of Brandon Watson. Row number 2, Josh Stoddy in the 17. On the inside, outside of him, J.R. Fitzpatrick in the 84. Then it's the 83 of Dale Shaw. The 81 of Andrew Gressel. The 89 is Sean Chenna with the 78 of Joe Lawrence. The 22 of Pete Shepard. The 32 of Trayton Lapsevich. 47 is Jordan Sims. 97 is Tyler DiVincenzo. Sean McGlynn in the 1. Dustin Jackson in the 61. That's how they line up for this restart.
Back into the green flag. Oh, Andrew Gressel making aggressive moves to get down to the inside line, trying to get to the inside of J.R. Fitzpatrick down the backstretch.
Wow, Brandon Watson just carved across the front end of Josh Stoddy to get back to the bottom of the racetrack after that restart, way up high through 1 and 2. Now J.R. Fitzpatrick's up on the outside of Stoddy, trying to make the high groove work loose out of turn number 2.
Into corner 3 they go. Josh Stoddy on the bottom, J.R. Fitzpatrick up top. And Andrew Gressel right behind. 3 cars. 2 of them have taken the rough road to get here. Josh Stoddy's run a smart race all afternoon and has put himself in a podium position.
You can't say enough what a great job he's done. As we say, Lady Luck has not been on the side of Josh Stoddy for the last season or 2, and that's 17. Great to see him up there battling in the top 3.
Brandon Watson all over the back bumper of that Pride Seeds Vibrant Farms number 52 of Jake Sheridan. Oh, he touches the back of the 52, rides up into him on the front stretch.
Now, these 2 drivers are not teammates, but both of these cars are McCall cars. They're as close as you can get to McCall house cars, so I'm not sure what the orders might be for racing, but you know Mike McCall doesn't want to see too many fireworks between his 2 star drivers. But wins are hard to come by, Greg.
Exactly, especially for Jake Sheridan, who had such a 2020 season that was just filled with horrible luck. He just could not catch a break, had solid equipment all year long and couldn't close the deal. And this afternoon looking to close it out here in the Interstate Batteries 100.
Top 4 nose to tail, then it's only a car length and a half back to 5th, J.R. Fitzpatrick, and he's got Dale Shaw hot on his heels. So as we mentioned, the temperature starts to rise about this point in the race. 17 laps to go. It's time to make something happen.
Sheridan will lead another lap, this time across the stripe with the 9 of Brandon Watson in that second spot. And talked about Andrew Gressel a little earlier on. He's riding in the 4th spot, came into this one.
Oh, big old bump from Brandon Watson to Jake Sheridan. He's got position on the inside. You know Sheridan is not going to like it. Does he have the opportunity to give him a bump back? I think we see it coming.
Well, now it's...
No, Watson overshot the corner. He didn't want the bump, so he drove it in deep.
So here comes Sheridan down in corner number 1. Can't get to him.
But Sheridan is very quick. He's going to get to him. Jake Sheridan right up on the back end of Brandon Watson in the 9. Watson trying to get the hell out of Dodge, but guess what? Might not be a Dodge, but it's hot on your heels.
It is time to put up or shut up, and Brandon Watson decided he was going to make something happen. Gets by Jake Sheridan, but Sheridan is still right there, coming down across the stripe another time.
I am shocked that Jake Sheridan has taken the high road to this point. Right up on the back bumper of Brandon Watson, has not pushed the issue. Here he goes looking to the inside. I thought he would have jacked him up the first opportunity he had.
This time by 11 laps left to go for Brandon Watson. Here he is on the back bumper.
I wonder if it's possible that Watson, with that bit of damage on the right front corner of his car, could that have affected the handling through the center of the turn, because that car has gone away.
Sheridan right there, lap after lap, biding his time to get where he can make some contact. That you have to believe. If you're going to get past that way, expect to get past back.
The closer you can do it to the finish of the race, the better. But if I'm Jake Sheridan, how many opportunities do you have to be as fast or faster than Brandon Watson? Like, is Watson going to pull away as these laps go on? If I'm Jake Sheridan, and so far, I am duly impressed with how clean Jake Sheridan is running this.
You're Josh Dottie's spotter right now. Are you saying let these two do what they're going to do and try and be there in the right spot to take advantage of it?
You know, it's a little column A, a little column B. You're definitely saying, look, don't get in the middle of anything.
Boy, if you're Brandon Watson, you're thinking, it's coming. When, though?
Yeah, you've got to be thinking of it. What do you do to prevent it? You got to just keep doing what you're doing. But, boy, Jake Sheridan is just riding the back bumper of the 9. He has not jacked him up. He has not made contact, but he is right there. There he goes.
He does it. And he'll get the run, but will he get enough of a run? Yeah, he'll dive it down into 1.
Now, the only thing Jake maybe should have done there was not cleared the 9 of Watson, because now Watson back to the inside. You've got to get to the inside, just like he's going to do here. Don't pass him. Don't pass him. Run the bottom down into 1 and 2. Now run him up the track. Like, it's
Yep.
cat and mouse. You've got to.
Don't give him that chance to cross back over this time by. It'll be 3 laps left to go for Jake Sheridan. Here comes Watson on the back bumper.
Closes the door on Josh Stotty, gives a bit of a bump again to Sheridan coming off of turn number 2. What a classic battle. Josh Stotty goes up the track. He's having a look now. Watson clears Sheridan off of turn number 4.
Here comes Stotty right on the back bumper of Brandon Watson. He makes contact with Jake Sheridan, who goes around. Wow.
Wow. You know, it was going to be cat and mouse, this for that, and then Josh Stotty got up in there. Brandon Watson is good. So very good. Now, on this restart, depending how things shake out, but I believe this is about the order we have to deal with, Andrew Gressel and Dale Shaw going to line up in row number 2. Now, Jake Sheridan's kind of waiting here, but I'm not sure who he would be mad at. Gets in behind Brandon Watson. It's kind of a live by the sword, die by the sword kind of thing. But that was good, hard racing. Let's take a look at the replay here down into the corner, and some contact with Stotty there. Spencer, cue that one up again for us. I've been too busy watching these guys on the racetrack. So down into the corner they go, side by side, and you know, at that point, if you're Sheridan, you're disappointed because you didn't get to line up. Remember what we said about, who was it earlier on that shook Sheridan off? It was Watson that got rid of Dale Shaw because he wanted to have a go, and I think it was Ryan Kimball at that point. Jake Sheridan never got his opportunity to get rid of the driver beside him to go in and get Brandon Watson back, but it was a great move by Josh Stotty in the 17.
Heartbreaker for Jake Sheridan, who'd been up front all afternoon. And now is going to have to restart at the tail. Field given the signal that we're going green next time around.
97 laps complete of the scheduled 100 lap distance. We got a great look at that from the drone. I keep looking down at the wrong time, because we have monitors in front of us, Greg, so that if we're sitting down, it's perfect. Here we go, folks. 3 laps to settle it.
And Stotty gets a good jump on the start there on the outside line, but Watson has that preferred line on the bottom. And here comes Andrew Gressel now to the inside of the 17.
Gressel down low in the 81, the 17 of Josh Stotty up high. They battle through 3 and 4. Gressel clears the Stotty machine. Stotty back to third. Here comes Pete Shepard.
Oh, baby! Oh, hard hit into the wall for J.R. Fitzpatrick. Wow. Dale Shaw involved.
These cars require all 4 tires to slow them down. J.R. Fitzpatrick had got up in the air.
There's a coil spring rolling down the banking into, and it landed in the grass there.
J.R. Fitzpatrick got up in the air. There's no up. Folks, there is fuel. Safety crew, there is fuel leaking down from the 84 car. JR getting out of the car. He is not happy. Hurls his Hans device at Dale Shaw. And he'll voice his displeasure, and then Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene.
That's about a hard a lick as you're going to take here. Wow.
Well, first, Jack, I want you to take a look under the back end of this car. All the broken parts and pieces. J.R. Fitzpatrick, you have not had the luck with this brand new car. You know, we saw your displeasure here with Shaw. What's the story?
Well, we're all in line, and guys in this APC tour they come down. Like they don't race with respect, and that's everybody. Like at the beginning of the race, guys are lifting when the yellow is out. You're supposed to ease up, and guys are racing like idiots here, and they wonder why a lot of people walk away from this, because APC needs to talk some shit into these drivers, because it's going to get real ugly, because I'm pissed now. My car's totally screwed.
Well, they have it from J.R. Fitzpatrick. Not a happy guy at all. We'll get Shaw's side of things too. Take a look at the side of this car, Jack. It is beat up real bad.
So thankfully, both drivers climbed from their race cars under their own power. Dale Shaw, second generation, in fact, a third generation racer. J.R. Fitzpatrick, a second generation racer. We look at the replay. You know, it's tough. Spencer, play that again if you can back that up a little bit more. So, folks, everyone's fighting for the inside. So you come up off of turn number 4. When opportunity goes to get to the inside, you want to line yourself up with the car in front of you who is on the inside if you're not going to make a pass. If the opportunity comes that you can make a move to the bottom, it's not that you're 3 wide to the inside, but you're in a part of the racetrack that makes it seem like you're 3 wide. See, Dale Shaw's down trying to follow Pete Shepard into the turn. J.R. Fitzpatrick goes under him. With 3 laps to go, it's just tough, because what do you do, Greg? If I'm JR, I'm mad at Dale Shaw. Why did he move down to follow Pete Shepard? If I'm Dale Shaw, that's my opportunity to have the best finish. I'm probably going to try to follow Pete Shepard down into the turn. But that was a hard hit. We'll have a look from the drone here. So if I'm, and Spencer, again, do me a favor and run that same thing again. Imagine if you're the spotter for these teams, Greg. What do you say if you're Dale Shaw's spotter? Okay, you're clear on the inside, get down there, follow the 22, follow the 22. If you're 84, you're digging for every inch you can get of the racetrack. So the 84 is getting a great run. So he's up on the left rear of the 83 of Dale Shaw. He wants Dale Shaw to give him that inside. Dale Shaw thinks he's already on the inside. And once you get airborne, you can't slow down a car that's in the air.
Well, I talked to Dale Shaw briefly, said he's all right, declined to comment, and he'll walk back to the pits and get a cold drink. And we get a picture here of the Fitzpatrick 84 being pulled up onto the rollback. It is a mess here, guys.
Beautiful looking race car, reminiscent of the old Bob Seneker ASA cars. They've got their work cut out for them before we go to Flamboro Speedway in 2 weeks' time, Greg.
Just such a hard lick for J.R. Fitzpatrick, and to be honest, it was good to see him climb out of the car and that the Hans device held up enough that he could throw it, because it was the angle that he went in that was just scary to me, because it was driver's side and from behind on that left rear, and a very tough shot. So really good to see J.R. Fitzpatrick.
Here's another look at it.
Yeah, even the right rear is up off the racetrack quite a distance, so there was no slowing that car down.
You know, that's when you're thankful for is that the left rear? The left rear almost climbed up into the cockpit of that race car.
Yeah.
You see that with the right front when someone hits real hard, more in open wheel cars, but you rarely see the left rear folded up under to the point where it could almost go into the driver's window. Clinton Jeffrey heading back to that side of the car with Jack to have a look.
And you get a look at all this expensive parts being pulled up here, guys, and you know, from everything from the rim, all the suspension just beat up and destroyed here on the rollback in this gorgeous white machine.
Get a shot of the fuel cell, Clint.
Yeah, come on over here, Jack.
Jackie can go back.
So hold on, Adam. I got to tell him. Zoom out, Jack, and we want to look at that red box in there. You can see all the shocks, all of the rear end tore up on it. And that fuel cell did a good job, Adam.
That's right, an ATL fuel cell, so it's a metal box. And inside that box is a bladder, which is a more rubbery, plasticky, that's what holds the fuel. So when you crash like that, and folks, when you get home, check it out, YouTube, G-Force TV, that box got smashed to bits. But because the bladder inside of it was able to compress, it doesn't cause the fuel to explode out of the car. It did leak out of the car, but the safety advances are unbelievable. The quality of seats these drivers run, the head and neck restraints, it's just come so far. They're expensive, but the safety innovations in these things have come a long way.
You know, Adam, the other scary part of that is all JR's family is camped right outside that part of the wall where the wreck occurred. They've been spending the weekend here getting ready to go, and tough break when you crash right into the family campsite.
Yeah, absolutely. And JR was, you know, if I'm JR, I'm upset too. I'm getting out of the car, and it's a long, hot day, and these drivers are working for it. But it certainly didn't look malicious. It looked like drivers racing for the same piece of real estate, and real unfortunate what happened there.
So the field right now stopped on the back stretch as we get set to fire them back up and rolling here for the final laps of the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella.
Whew. So that got pretty exciting, folks. We are still, best I can tell, 97 laps complete out of 100. Josh Stoddy in the 17. He would love to find victory lane. Andrew Krezel in the 81.
Oh, Josh Stoddy to the pit area.
Oh boy.
Wow.
What on earth?
And right before that caution flag, I was just about to say, how did Pete Shepard get up there? Because he was battling in the top three, and now he's going to be starting right behind leader Brandon Watson.
So Brandon Watson behind the wheel of a McCall Racing Enterprises car. Andrew Krezel with a White Motorsports entry, that number 81, Sauble Falls Tent and Trailer Park entry. So dueling chassis builders going to start on the front row, and then you've got Pete Shepard in the 22, Trayton Lapsevich in the 32. Again, McCall Racing on the inside with Pete Shepard. On the outside, it's White Motorsports with Trayton Lapsevich in that Renomato Group sponsored number 32. Ace Services on that race car as well. Jordan Sims, who had dropped through the field, he's getting back towards the front again, and so is Joe Lawrence in the 78. I'm glad we have Caden Lapsevich in on the chat, on the stream. He's there to moderate things.
Field given the sign to double up, so we'll get the white flag next time by, and then back to the green flag with 3 laps to settle it. Josh Stoddy is back.
Yeah, the bad news is he has to go to the back. The good news is the back is still top 10.
Yeah. Well, the top 2 in points are right there, 1 and 2. Brandon Watson, Andrew Gressel, that's how they finished at Delaware Speedway 2 weeks ago. But you know what? There's only 3 laps left, but I have a feeling we're far from done here.
Oh, we likely are. As you can see, Brandon Watson coming to this green flag. So he's keeping Andrew Gressel where he wants him. He's going to set the tone for this restart, not letting Gressel get position here. Again, veteran moves as they come to the start, squeezing him up towards the wall down into turn 1.
Gressel doesn't give an inch as they go down into corner number 1, but he gets shuffled up the banking. Shepard now to the inside of him, and Brandon Watson hit the wall.
Gressel with a good run into the corner. He's got position to the inside corner of Brandon Watson off of turn number 4. What a battle for the lead with 2 laps to go.
Gressel gets all over the back bumper. Brandon Watson gets a run down the back stretch. Oh,
wow, he
gathers it up.
Had to save it from the infield. It goes around. Brandon Watson is my hero. He's got the antidote. It doesn't matter who you are. And that was hard-nosed racing. Both of these drivers, hard-nosed racing. Brandon Watson going to come to a stop. Gressel decides to turn around right there. And again, I'm not sure. Like, if you're Andrew Gressel, yeah, I'm ticked off. But at the same time, they both brought their swords and drew them.
Oh, he tried and missed.
Yeah. Well, it's one way to take your hood pins off. You know what I mean? Like, I get him being upset, but you can't be upset at Watson. It's like, hey, you bring your best bag of tricks, I'll bring my best bag of tricks, and you can listen to me in victory lane.
Well, Adam, by the looks of it, they have parked the Gressel 81. You got one swipe, and then it's off to the pits for you. That'll be the end for the 81. They've sent him to the pits.
Who just came out onto the racetrack?
Well, Gary was confirming me that they did tell him to go to the pits, so we'll see what happens
Well,
here.
he went to the pits. He listened to what the officials said. He went to the pits. And then he came back out.
Well, you may be right, Adam. Go to the pits? Well, I went to the pits. Do I have to stay there? We'll wait to see.
Pete Shepard, who has had an event-filled afternoon, somehow up there, still together in one piece in that second spot. I think that's the regret Andrew's going to have, is that he missed on connecting with Brandon there on the cool down.
You miss every shot you don't take, but the ones you do take that you still miss, they hurt. So we roll under yellow, officials, I think, trying to get the message to Andrew Gressel in the 81 that his afternoon is ended. So now as we get ready to roll again, this is going to put Pete Shepard to the outside of Brandon Watson. And if I'm Watson, I'm probably more concerned with the 32 in my rearview mirror of Trayton Lapsevich. Has not been a banner day for Trayton Lapsevich, and the 32 has been mixed up in a couple of issues, but here he is running in the third spot, ready to take this restart. Don called me out for my bias towards Watson. I thought I've thrown him under the bus and I put him behind the driver's seat of the bus. Depends what the moment is. No bias, he's just freaking good. You know, we've seen some wild moments thrown at him and some that he's initiated. And
are we still at 3 to go? My timing and scoring's been frozen for a while now, so still 3 to go.
Yeah, it looks like 97 complete. They go back to that last completed lap. Whoosh. Pete Shepard hungry for a win in that APC number 22. He'll restart from the second spot. Trayton Lapsevich in the Renamato Group.com 32. probably Joe Lawrence in the 78 and Jordan Sims in the 47. Nice, clean-looking race cars. I mean, they've all been in battles today.
Josh Stoddy is still pretty good shape, beside the one issue he had that sent him to the pit area. You know, Sean Chenoweth's car is still looking fairly clean. He's got the donuts on the side, but considering he got a ride into the infield.
So they doubled up and then went single file. If they are trying to remove the 81, they just stop scoring him. There's nothing but willpower holding down the hood of that 81 car.
This time by, we'll see the 1 to go signal. And we'll try it again with 3 laps left to go. The game's already beginning.
And you develop these over years. I mean, Brandon Watson, he's been down south. He's run speed weeks at New Smyrna Speedway. He's traveled with the CRA Super Late Model Series. He's raced everything there is to race when it comes to fendered stock cars, late models, super late models. He's got the bag of tricks, but he's got some hungry racers all around him, and we are fixing to go green. Whoa!
Crazy start yet again. Here comes Trayton Lapsevich to the inside. Do they keep it green? Looks like they will.
Lapsevich, I don't know where he came from, but we got a hood on.
Oh, Watson goes around.
Well,
that drew a cheer.
I don't know where that came from. So, Andrew Gressel, I think he told the flagman he's number 1 as he heads towards the pits. Brandon Watson refires that number 9. So down into the corner they go side by side. Watson goes around, but if the yellow was already out for the hood on the backstretch, that would leave Brandon in the lead.
Yeah. The caution was already waving by the time that had all taken place.
Sean Gibbs up into the flag stand. Welcome back to the flag stand, Sean Gibbs. Got a little bit of everything here today. Now, my scoring is showing 97 laps again, which would put the 22 back to second, the 32 back to third. Have a look at the replay here down into the corner. And Lapsevich did go into the turn with a lot of rear brake in the car. You could see it swing around. And hope you folks have enjoyed this. You picked a great Sunday to come out and watch some excitement here at Flamboro Speedway. We promised dented fenders and ruffled feelings. You got it all.
So the field will double up. We'll try it again. Still 97 laps complete. 3 to go here in the Interstate Batteries 100. Presented by Shell Rotella.
You remember the CASCAR Super Series, Greg?
Yeah.
They all run fiberglass bodies. You know who made the fiberglass bodies that you had to run?
Tony.
The owner of the CASCAR Super Series, Tony Novotny. It made him a wealthy, wealthy man. 1 to go, let's try this again. Brandon Watson down low, Pete Shepard if he does, and he got jacked up a little bit there by Jordan Sims in the 47, so let's see what this restart brings. They are right up against the pace truck, a little bit of something bouncing off these cars. Look at that, they're rubbing in 3. Rain is out. We're back underway. Oh, that could have been off.
Wow. Saved by Trayton Lapsovich. He is there. Jordan Sims trying to get to the inside of Lawrence. Meanwhile, still door-to-door for the top spot. Lapsovich is waiting there to pounce.
Be 2 laps to go. Brandon Watson clears the 22 of Pete Shepard up off of turn number 4. Shepard trying to close the door on Trayton Lapsovich. Lapsovich keeping that bumper there as they work down the back straightaway.
This time by, we'll see the white flag from Sean Gibbs. One more trip around here in the Interstate Batteries 100.
1 lap to go. Pete Shepard's got about 2 car lengths to make up on the Brandon Watson number 9. Down through 1 and 2. The car runs a little bit loose. One more time, Greg.
Here they come through 3 and 4. Checkers go up in the air, make it 2 in a row to start 2021. Brandon Watson wins the Interstate Batteries 100 presented by Shell Rotella.
Pete Shepard 2nd, Trayton Lapsovich 3rd, Jordan Sims 4th, Joe Lawrence 5th. Then it's Sean Chenoweth, Jake Sheridan, Tyler DiVincenzo, Dustin Jackson. Sean Chenoweth, Jake Sheridan, Tyler DiVincenzo, then Andrew Grezel and Josh Stoddy. We'll see what the official decision is on Andrew Grezel. This is how you make the best kind of racing villain, right? Brandon Watson drove a good race, and he had lady luck on his side that when things did get screwed up, the yellow had come out. Boy, oh boy. I think Dustin Jackson had the cleanest looking car at the end of that one. The nose is fine, it's just in the trailer.
Brandon Watson does a victory lap, and now he'll bring it down to quick victory lane where our Clinton Jeffrey will catch up with the top 3. 2 wins to start the 2021 season for Brandon Watson after a year where he was stumped by Joe Lawrence in 2020.
And we have a lot of viewers that just came in late. When the yellow comes out and there's an issue on the track, they give you your spot back if you get spun out. We saw it happen to Shea Gemmel early in the race. He got screwed up, turned around after a yellow. They give him his spot back. So this is consistent. This is what they did to Brandon Watson. So people can like it, people can not like it, but it is consistent with what they had done all day long. Clinton Jeffrey, how's the energy down there in Victory Lane?
As you know, Brandon Watson always very calm and cool. He will work his helmet and the Hans device off here. Crew ready with a cold drink as he pulls into Victory Lane here. And we'll get ready to have a word with him on what was a fairly adventureful day here for Brandon Watson. He's won both of the first 2 races on the tour, and that's certainly going to help his point chasing here this season. And we'll work to get him out of the car. See him in there taking a cold drink, and we'll get him out and get a word with him here.
So Clinton Jeffrey is running the campaign this year to speed up Victory Lane. He says, drivers, they have drinks in the car, they get hugs in the car. Nothing till you get out of the car. No cold drink, no warm hug.
Brandon, no stranger to Victory Lane, the APC Series. There for a while when this series got going. He was one hard driver to beat, he and Andrew Gressel, and they duked it out a bit tonight, as did a number of drivers.
I hope we still have our drone in the air covering the pits.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here he is out of the car. How about a hand for the driver of the number 9 Sheer Metal Products machine? Brandon Watson wins back-to-back races. Come on around, talk to us here, Brandon. He puts the Victory Lane sticker on. Come on, Brandon, we're waiting to talk to you here. Brandon, let's talk about that drive. Pretty adventureful one. It was a elbows up night here. Tell us about your side of things from the driver's seat tonight.
Yeah, definitely from the start of the race. She was a rough one. 10 laps in, we're getting moved around, and it was really tight racing. Everyone had to start there at a close car, so it's hard to make passes. Just had to do some work on restarts. Our car got a little roughed up, made some moves that people might be out of, and we got moves made on us. So we had a good race there, crisscrossing there with the 52. I was loose there coming off of 2 81s inside me when I straightened up, so nothing I do about that. Other than that, this car was great. We started loosening up later in the race. It was definitely hard to keep keep the tires on it. But I can't thank McCall Racing Enterprises enough. Sheer Metal Products, Berry Frame Alignment, Red Line Apparel, Great Lakes Concrete, and Tiff's Bar.
Thanks up, Brandon Watson down here in Victory Lane. We'll get set up with Pete Shepard here and get right back to you guys.
That was about as good a Cole's notes as you can give. If you're Brandon Watson, you shrunk that down to the bare bones. He said what needed to be said, and
I was going to say, there was so much that he said, but in such a short amount of time, it hit a lot. Pete Shepard somehow finished second with a car that is mangled, but he did a great job, persevered here this afternoon, and he's down with Clinton Jeffrey.
Yeah, we got Pete Shepard here. Pete, your car's not as pretty as it was, but somehow to come across in second place, I mean, you were getting beat up mid-pack around lap 50. So is this a rebound you'd be happy with, or is this a frustrating night here at Flamboro?
No, I think I'm happy with this one. I'll take this one. There's a lot of things that happen out there that you're not proud of, but it's short track racing. There's one groove. I can't thank everybody at APC Canusa enough. Total Lubricants, Interstate Batteries, Rotella T. Just an excellent day. I thank God McCall builds these cars this tough, because I've never ever brought a car home this bad and being able to actually drive it. And I think the toe is still intact. So I mean, it was a pretty impressive build by these guys.
New body for next week. We get set to go again. So Pete Shepard, congrats, second run here tonight.
No new body. We'll just leave it like this. I think we'll be able to make it survive one more race. No, it's solvable, isn't it? So
it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. You could probably get some speed tape on there, make it work. Thanks, Pete, for your time tonight.
Thank you, Clinton.
Pete Shepard, we'll turn it up to you guys. We'll get right back to you with our third place finisher, Trayton Lapsevich.
I like watching drivers like that have that much adversity, and then at the end it's like, how is he even there? And just like Pete said, it's all the testament of the way the car's built.
And we take a lot of heat. I shouldn't read the chat while we're doing the races, but we have 8 different angles to watch. Like they've both said, look, we did things out there that we're not that proud of, but as Flamboro Speedway, that's what you have to do. Another driver who did what he had to do came home with the third place finish. Trayton Lapsevich is with Clinton Jeffrey.
Trayton, third place here today. Can you be pleased with that kind of an elbows up, rough and tumble day here at Flamboro?
I mean, I guess we take what we can get there. For a second there, it didn't even look like we were going to get into the top 10. So I don't know what was up the last 2 restarts there when the 9 spun out. I kind of think we should come out with the lead there, but it is what it is, and coming home with a third place after all that, and we kind of got to be happy.
You know, you look at your car here, other than a little ding on the right rear, I think you're probably coming out here with one of the prettiest cars today. Tough night here, but, you know, your car still looks in pretty good shape.
Yeah, it's all right. We'll get back to the shop. We'll fix it up, and we'll hopefully find some more speed.
All right, there you have it, guys. Trayton Lapsevich third, Pete Shepard third. We'll finish second, and Brandon Watson will wrap up the day here for us in Victory Lane here tonight, guys. That's all from trackside. We'll take it up to you to take us home.
So congratulations go out to Brandon Watson on 2 wins in a row to start this 2021 APC Series. And in 2 weeks' time, Adam, will go to the beach, as Pete Shepard alluded to. Expect maybe some of what we saw again tonight, and some of the bad feelings from tonight may flow over on the beach.
Some of the bad feelings we created tonight may last a lifetime. You know, sometimes you do something, and God, they're going to be mad for a while. Sometimes you do something, I hope in the rest of my career I don't have to be on the outside of them. But that's Flamboro Speedway. It was a rough and tumble race, and we got to the end of the 100 laps, and ultimately on the day, I think the best car won, Greg.
Yeah, I think that is the case, and the competitors will have to try again in round number 3 at Flamboro Speedway on Saturday, July 31st. So that will wrap things up from Flamboro here tonight. On behalf of the entire G-Force TV crew, and Clinton Jeffrey and Adam Ross, my name's Greg Kellman saying so long, and thanks for watching the APC Series on G-Force TV.